Good morning, Minister.
Good morning, Commissioners.
We are told, and we also see for ourselves, that your attorneys are not here yet.
Yes.
Are you comfortable if we start without them? We are told they are close by, or would you prefer that they be here? If your preference is that they should be here, we'll wait until they arrive.
If that is in order, but I'm here now.
Tell us your preference. Would you rather we wait, or may we start?
Chair,
Yes,
with
yes,
your
yes.
leave, may I?
Yes.
I had a discussion with the minister about this while we were waiting, and we had to calm down. And I think the minister is being gracious. But from our conversations, I know his preference would be that his attorneys be present when he starts.
I think
now, the communication, apologies, Chair.
I think let's rather do that if that's what the minister prefers.
And just for the record, they are assured that they are, I think, somewhere in the streets here trying to get into the parking space. So it shouldn't be a delay of more than 3 minutes, I hope, if they are to be believed.
Let us wait, then it will be indicated to us when we are ready to start.
We shall do so. Thank
Let's
you, Chair.
adjourn.
Yes.
Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
We are ready.
We are in your hands.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. And good morning, Minister.
Good morning, too.
Just to let you know that we will not necessarily be starting from the first page of your statement. I tried to locate a logical point to start from today regarding being heard to the session yesterday. And I thought it would be appropriate that perhaps we conclude on the issues that were raised so that we do not have to go back to them. In this regard, I would like to refer you then to the disbandment letter.
I forgot something I should have done. We keep time at this commission. You were late. Does one of you want to please come to the microphone and tell us why you were late? In 1 or 2 sentences, please. We don't want to waste time.
Morning, Commissioners. Morning, everybody. Commissioner Chairperson, we apologize for being late this morning. We misjudged the traffic. We left on time, but we struggled with the traffic in the main street leading to the to the commission. We apologize for that.
Thank you. And you are Mr.?
Sorry, Chair.
You are Mr.?
Sandile Tom.
Tom.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Thank you. Apology accepted.
Chair, before he leaves the microphone, perhaps he should introduce himself fully, because when Mr. Ngogaidobi did, he just said he's with his team. So perhaps if he puts on record his fuller details, it would assist. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate Silo. My name is Sandile Tom. I'm a director at Worksmen's Attorneys. With me, I have Ms. Pumelela Mniki, who's a candidate attorney in my team, and we are part of the team that represents the Minister of Police in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. If I may proceed. Minister, I had suggested that perhaps we start with the disbandment letter, and that is your annexure 20 in your file, file 2 of 5, starting at page 476. And I would like us to consider the contents of that letter with reference to what you informed the Commission yesterday as regards what informed you to take that decision. Now, if I understood your evidence correctly yesterday, you testified that prior to issuing that letter, you had had a meeting on the 1st of November at which the possibility of the disbandment of the task team was mooted, and I'll put it no higher than that. So that minute is your annexure SM1 in the same file. It's the very, very first annexure. So perhaps if you take out SM20 out of your file, so we can consider it with reference to SM1 and other documents. That might give you a better way of handling the multiplicity of documents, okay? So please take out SM20 from your file and hold it in hand. And then we go to the first annexure in the same file, SM1. So yesterday I noted in response to the questions about what you took into consideration, that you reference a meeting of the 1st of November, as I said, at which the possibility of the disestablishment of the PKTT was raised. And then you reference two other meetings, the meeting of the 21st and the 22nd of November. That's what my note records, and I trust that is correct.
That's correct.
For the record, we only have, you have only provided the minute of the 1st of November. We don't have the minutes of the other two meetings.
That's correct.
So let's then turn to the minute of the 1st of November, the SM1, and in particular page 99. If we could turn to that page. It's SM1, the first one, the first annexure in the file. We had regard to that minute yesterday. I'm at page 99. I would like you to turn to that page. Have you located it?
Yes, I've done so.
Now, I understood yesterday that you had these 3 meetings, and thereafter you had no further engagement with the management of SAPS, or in particular the National Commissioner. And then I understood for the Christmas break, over the period 29th to the 31st of December, that's when eventually you took the decision. Now, in explaining your reference to immediately yesterday, the use of the word immediately in your disbandment letter, you said that should not be construed as an instruction to disband immediately. So the immediacy attached to something else, the speed with which you took your decision, not the disestablishment that you are calling for. Did I understand you correctly?
Not exactly. Maybe it's a question of wanting to say it in my own words.
No, maybe, let me try with my own words, because my understanding becomes important to how I approach the issue. You recall your letter states, I therefore direct that the political killings task team be disestablished immediately. That's the phraseology used. And in your engagement with the chair yesterday, you said, immediately does not speak to the disestablishment. You remember the engagement with the chair
Yes.
about immediately being an adverb
Yes.
and then searching for the verb?
Yes.
Yes. So I just wanted to test that you didn't say
Yes.
it's the disestablishment itself that must be taken immediately.
Yes.
Your thinking at the time was that that would be subject to a particular process
Yes.
that would roll out over time.
Yes.
Am I correct?
You are correct.
One thing I don't think we got to yesterday was an understanding of what process did you anticipate to roll out until the point of disestablishment. So if possibly you could address yourself to that. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I didn't necessarily work out a detailed process beyond saying what I indicated in the directive. Once the National Commission looking at the form of the preliminary report, which would be handed over to us and then, or to me, and then I would look at it as we move towards the UNESCO. So I didn't necessarily work out any detail at the time when I wrote the letter beyond those kinds of engagements. But I had in mind engagements going forward.
I understood. Thank you for that, Minister. Then this brings me to your annexure SM1, page 99. You have the page open.
Yes.
That page has at the top a paragraph with a bullet point. I want us to skip that, the next, and go to the third.
Yes.
It should be highlighted in yellow, I think.
I see.
Yes. And that paragraph reads, I quote, the minister further indicated that there must be consideration and review of certain capabilities, such as the political killings task team, which are primarily about addressing serious crimes. He stated that SAPS should guard against creating structures, units based on specific category, whilst these duplicate the existing capabilities. In this regard, you gave some examples, e.g., taxi killings, political killing, all about matters, close, parenthesis, close quote. You see that?
Correct.
Now, the process, let me ask this different question. This minute of your meeting states that prior to the disestablishment of these task teams, there must be a reconsideration and review of certain capabilities of these task teams. And you make an example with the political killings task team. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
When was that review undertaken, as per the minute? The review of the capabilities of the political killings task team?
That was in reference to what had already happened in one part, but it also was in reference to the need for ongoing assessments just after we had, because this was almost at the end of the year, this meeting.
Yes, 1st of November.
We had, I think, internally completed the process of those reviews, but it was merely referring to that, and of course the need for ongoing, which would include current or any other current task team that would still be there, including the National Political Killings Task Team, because although we had adopted the structure and all of that, but there were the National Killings Political Task Team was still there, and therefore it was in reference to the current structural situation.
So if I understand you correctly, much as this minute suggests that certain steps must still be taken in the future, because it states there must be a review of capabilities such as the political killings task team. I shouldn't understand that to mean the review must be undertaken. I should accept that as meaning that the review that has already been done.
Yes, and any other need for ongoing reviews, taking it into consideration that the National Political Killings Task Team was still there and there must be an ongoing review. It was all encompassing.
Would you accept that, and I hear what your explanation, but would you accept that on a simple reading of what is written, it doesn't lend one at the understanding that you are suggesting now? So we're not talking about reviews previously done. We're talking about reviews which must be done on the wording as it stands now. And I do take your explanation, but would you fault me for understanding what's written here in your minute as referencing a point in time in the future?
Yes, I would say not necessarily just exclusively in future, but because in the context of discussions at that time in the meeting, this would have meant that we are on an ongoing assessments of our structural review. We had not necessarily covered all the ground in the structural setup of SAPS. And therefore, broadly speaking, we were still in the process, but the structure had been basically adopted internally. But that didn't mean that that is the end of the need to assess, to review, because there were task teams that were still there that could be reviewed. So it was work in progress, in other words.
Yes. The other...
Mr. Before
yes.
we go to the other, Minister, good morning. I am not sure I understand your explanation, but let's look at this. It might help me. At this point, given your construction now, this explanation you are giving, that there had been reconsideration and review previously, and it must therefore carry on. That's what you were saying. At which point was there, before this meeting, at which point was there reconsideration and a review of the capabilities of the PKTT? If you say this was a reference to historical and into the future. At which point in the past had there been a reconsideration and a review of the capabilities of the PKTT?
This was not necessarily exclusively referring to PKTT, because capability within SAPS wouldn't be confined to one team. We were talking in the context, one, of cabinet priorities for the seventh administration, which among the three is developing and consolidating state capacity. So and then we then talk about, then we had just completed the structure ourselves with that in mind. And it was then referring to what we had considered in that context of building capacity of the state as we reviewed the whole structure. But it was also referring to the assessments that had taken place, because in essence, the 2024 assessment in the form of the Mariah report and other reports before,
yes,
they were assessing capacity of the state with regard to SAPS to fight crime successfully.
Yes. Minister, you are very specific in this paragraph, in your suggestion. In this paragraph, you say, you specify, it's clear that you're referring to other, you are including other task teams, but you specify the
task team that you have developed a capacity or a capability in the form of specialized units. And then you have the political killings task team.
Okay.
And then you avoid that duplication.
All right. Can I then go on to my conclusion, therefore, with that explanation, that admission that there had not been a review of the PKTT in particular? Here you could only have been speaking about a future review, therefore, if it must follow. If there had not been a past review of the capabilities of the PKTT, which you accept, which you say now, this sentence here that Ms. Silla was taking you through must be a reference to a future review of the PK, because it has not happened before. There can only be from the 1st of November, there must be a review.
Well, in the context of reviewing capacity of SAPS to fight crime.
No, Minister, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, I have to stop you. My question is specific. You have said now, in the last sentence, you have said there hadn't been a review, as at the 1st of November, there hadn't been a review of the PKTT's capabilities and a reconsideration. You've just said that, and what I'm putting to you is, therefore, it must follow that in that proposal that you make, or in that statement that you make in that first line, you are speaking about the future. From the 1st of November, there must be a review. It has to be, Minister.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Ms. Silla, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on that concession, Minister, therefore, the same answer must extend to the requirement for a reconsideration. That too would be in the future. I'm still at page 99, still on the first line. There are two things that should be done, a reconsideration and a review. I'm simply asking, based on your response to Commissioner Baloi's question, must I accept that a reconsideration itself of specifically the capabilities of the political killings task team, firstly, had not been undertaken, and therefore you, because this minute reflects you as the speaker, you were suggesting that it be undertaken, there be a reconsideration. Once again, that is in the future. I'm correct to understand it that way?
You are correct.
Okay.
I must just add one thing, that it says such as.
Indeed.
Not necessarily one, yes.
Point fairly made, I take it.
Yes.
Yes, it says such as the political killings
Yes.
task team. And on that score, we had only one political killings task team. When we reference political killings task team, because even the way it's written, it's a name, it's only one task team that comes to mind. You did not infer at the time every political killings task team. You were actually using that particular task team as the example. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, this is the 1st of November. Did that reconsideration then take, remember we're talking about the review, now I'm on the point of reconsideration. Did that reconsideration take place between the 1st of November and the 31st of December? The 1st of November being the date of that minute, the 31st of December being the date of your letter. Did such a reconsideration take place? And if so, what were the outcomes thereof?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, it didn't?
Not that I'm aware
Okay.
of.
So, staying with that paragraph, perhaps before we go there, in your statement at page 56, if I may call that file up, the minister's statement. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 56 of your statement, page 56. Time to have. In page 56, Minister, apologies for the confusion. And at page 56, under the heading Reasons for the December 31st, 2024 Directive. So we've established that the reconsideration and review of capabilities of the political task team did not inform your decision of the 31st of December, and we know because it hadn't taken place. So we go to your statement at page 56 to locate the reasons as you put them forth. And on my reading of your statement, you advance 5 different reasons. They span page 56 to page 58. And I would like to invite us to perhaps consider each reason in turn to assist the Commission in having a better understanding of why the political killings task team was disestablished, or you, Minister, instructed that it be disestablished on that particular day. Your first is an invocation of a 2019 work study. And I'm going to read the second sentence of that paragraph. You state, the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. Full stop. You see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Before we deal with that work study...
Sorry, Mr. Law, where are you reading?
Paragraph 167, the second part of 167, yes.
Sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Before we deal with the work study itself, once again, I think I would benefit from your guidance. You say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure. What does that phrase mean? What do you mean by the phrase outside of SAP's organizational structure?
It means what is understood inside SAPs or internal in SAPs, what is attested as the meaning of a team. It is, task teams are always located outside the organogram per se, the adopted organogram. And that has been the case since 2019, if not even before. That if you establish a task team, you establish it not necessarily inside the organogram, because it is for a particular purpose at that time as it arises, and it ends as the need for that becomes obvious.
Okay. And you said that continuation has become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. We'll come back to the administratively. Could you explain what you mean by the conclusion that the continuation has become untenable constitutionally? How do you invite the commissioners to understand that phrase? Are you invoking any provision of the Constitution, or
No,
trying to understand?
No, it was just in broad reference to our constitutional mandate that SAPS must, as a mandate, their mandate is to prevent, it is to investigate, it is to combat. So it was just in broad reference. That if you have, in other words, if you continue with structures that are not part of your organogram, you are less likely to fulfill your mandate.
So, in trying to test my understanding, or maybe before I do, I might benefit from a further explanation by you. So we have addressed the notion of the continuation being constitutionally untenable. I hear your answer. But then you say both administratively and constitutionally. What in this context would administratively refer to? What would be administratively untenable?
It was making reference to capacity of SAPS at any level, in this instance, national level, in the first place, to manage a proliferation of task teams, because the more you have them, the more it becomes untenable or difficult to manage and control on the side of the National Commissioner.
So at this juncture, did you envisage a situation, or I'll put it differently, were you arguing for the complete disestablishment or abolishment of the notion of task teams within SAPS? Can I interpret it that way, or have I gone too far?
You are correct that by end of the year, I had gone deeper in terms of assessing the effectiveness, but from the perspective of sustainability. When you have internal units and you sharpen them, you strengthen them, as opposed to task teams, but not necessarily that you would completely abolish the need, because they are dictated to by the situation on the ground.
Yes.
Task teams.
I was going to move to another aspect of that paragraph, but
Sorry, before you do that, so that I understand the minister's position, Minister, are you saying in that sentence, are you saying the existence of a temporary task team is not constitutionally permissible? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. I'm saying I was referring to Constitution. I was referring to the Constitution in broad terms in relation to what I understand to be the mandate of SAPS, that they are less likely with dependence on task teams than when they depend on units that they cultivate, that they develop and hone over a period. That's what it was referring to, but not to say there is anything unconstitutional about task teams, because that you can't do away with, because it is dictated to by the need on the ground all the time. But just establish, assess, and then time frame all the time.
Yes. So you did not make the decision that to disband the PKTT on the basis that it is constitutionally untenable to have that task team, the PKTT. That's not one of your reasons for disbanding it?
Definitely, it is not one of the reasons.
Okay, so if we read this paragraph, if I read this sentence to be one of your reasons for disbanding the PKTT, then I am wrong. I misunderstood what this sentence means. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding of that sentence is that it generally sends a message to subs to discourage teams, task teams, keeping of task teams, because it makes it less possible for subs to reach out or to get their mandates fulfilled. Not to say it's unconstitutional, teams are unconstitutional and so on, but if subs more and more depends on task teams which are temporal, firstly you have a problem of administering them, carrying them on your shoulders, and then it makes you less likely to fulfill your mandate.
Yes. The problem with your explanation, Minister, in that paragraph is you're specific. You're speaking about the NPKTT. You speak about the NPKTT, and then you say the continuation of a temporary structure. So in the first sentence, you say, first, SAPS has made clear throughout 24 that NPKTT was an interim structure whose mandate fell squarely within the permanent remit of the murder and robbery unit created by the 2019 work study. So we know from this first part that the second part of that paragraph, where you say the continuation of a temporary task team, you are referring to the NPKTT.
Yes.
So my question remains, am I incorrectly understanding what you say in this last part of the paragraph? Do I misunderstand when I read it, which I did, to mean this is one of your reasons that the NPKTT that you give for disbanding the PKTT, it is that it is constitutionally untenable to have the PKTT, which you describe as outside of the structure, the organizational structure, that to have it continue to exist, this temporary team, the PKTT, is constitutionally untenable?
In the context of its impact to SAPS to reach out their mandates.
Okay. With that answer, then it must mean even the taxi violence task team is constitutionally untenable to continue to have it, given your reasoning about the PKTT.
That is why the taxi task team was put under specialized units inside SAPS organogram.
Okay, but you didn't dissolve it. You didn't disband it.
No, what happened with it? It was put under murder and robbery, which is under serious and violent crimes, to permanently reside within the structure, which makes it better for SAPS to fulfill their mandates.
Yeah.
As team, that you have developed a capacity or a capability in the form of specialized units, and then you have the political killings task team, and then you avoid that duplication.
All right. Can I then go on to my conclusion, therefore? With that explanation, that admission that there had not been a review of the PKTT in particular, here you could only have been speaking about a future review, therefore. If it must follow. If there had not been a past review of the capabilities of the PKTT, which you accept, which you say now, this sentence here that Ms. Silo was taking you through must be a reference to a future review of the PK, because it has not happened before. There can only be from the 1st of November, there must be a review.
Well, in the context of reviewing capacity of SAPS to fight crime.
No, Minister, sorry, I don't mean to be rude, I have to stop you. My question is specific. You have said now in the last sentence. You have said there hadn't been a review as at the 1st of November. There hadn't been a review of the PKTT's capabilities and a reconsideration. You've just said that. And what I'm putting to you is, therefore, it must follow that in that proposal that you make, or in that statement that you make in that first line, you are speaking about the future. From the 1st of November, there must be a review. It has to be, Minister.
I agree with you.
Thank you. Ms. Siller, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Based on that concession, Minister, therefore the same answer must extend to the requirement for a reconsideration. That too would be in the future. I'm still at page 99, still on the first line. There are two things that should be done: a reconsideration and a review. I'm simply asking, based on your response to Commissioner Baloi's question, must I accept that a reconsideration itself of specifically the capabilities of the political killings task team firstly had not been undertaken, and therefore you, because this minute reflects you as the speaker, you were suggesting that it be undertaken, there be a reconsideration. Once again, that is in the future. I'm correct to understand it that way?
You are correct.
Okay.
I must just add one thing, that it says such as.
Indeed.
Not necessarily one. Yes.
Point fairly made, I take it.
Yes.
Yes, it says such as the political killings
Yes.
task team. And on that score, we had only one political killings task team. When we reference political killings task team, because even the way it's written, it's a name, it's only one task team that comes to mind. You did not infer at the time every political killings task team. You were actually using that particular task team as the example. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you. So, this is the 1st of November. Did that reconsideration then remember we're talking about the review, now I'm on the point of reconsideration. Did that reconsideration take place between the 1st of November and the 31st of December? The 1st of November being the date of that minute, the 31st of December being the date of your letter. Did such a reconsideration take place? And if so, what were the outcomes thereof?
Not that I'm aware of.
Oh, it didn't?
Not that I'm aware
Okay.
of.
So, staying with that paragraph, perhaps before we go there, in your statement at page 56, if I may call that file up, the minister's statement. And I would like to refer you to paragraph 56 of your statement, page 56. Time to have. In page 56, Minister, apologies for the confusion. And at page 56, under the heading Reasons for the December 31st, 2024 Directive. So we've established that the reconsideration and review of capabilities of the political task team did not inform your decision of the 31st of December, and we know because it hadn't taken place. So we go to your statement at page 56 to locate the reasons as you put them forth. And on my reading of your statement, you advance 5 different reasons. They span page 56 to page 58. And I would like to invite us to perhaps consider each reason in turn to assist the Commission in having a better understanding of why the political killings task team was disestablished, or you, Minister, instructed that it be disestablished on that particular day. Your first is an invocation of a 2019 work study. And I'm going to read the second sentence of that paragraph. You state, the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. Full stop. You see where I am?
Yes, I see.
Before we deal with that work study...
Sorry, Mr. Law, where are you reading?
Paragraph 167, the
Oh,
second part of
167.
167,
Oh,
yes.
sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Before we deal with the work study itself, once again, I think I would benefit from your guidance. You say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure. What does that phrase mean? What do you mean by the phrase outside of SAP's organizational structure?
It means what is understood inside SAPs or internal in SAPs, what is attached as a meaning of a team. Task teams are always located outside the organogram per se, the adopted organogram. And that has been the case since 2019, if not even before. That if you establish a task team, you establish it not necessarily inside the organogram, because it is for a particular purpose at that time as it arises. And it ends as the need for that becomes obvious.
Okay. And you said that continuation has become untenable both administratively and constitutionally. We'll come back to the administratively. Could you explain what you mean by the conclusion that the continuation has become untenable constitutionally? How do you invite the commissioners to understand that phrase? Are you invoking any provision of the Constitution, or
No,
I'm trying to understand?
No, it was just in broad reference to our constitutional mandate that SAPs must, as a mandate, their mandate is to prevent, it is to investigate, it is to combat. So it was just in broad reference. That if you have, in other words, if you continue with structures that are not part of your organogram, you are less likely to fulfill your mandate.
So, in trying to test my understanding, or maybe before I do, I might benefit from a further explanation by you. So we have addressed the notion of the continuation being constitutionally untenable. I hear your answer. But then you say both administratively and constitutionally. What in this context would administratively refer to? What would be administratively untenable?
It was making reference to capacity of SAPs at any level, in this instance, national level, in the first place, to manage a proliferation of task teams, because the more you have them, the more it becomes untenable or difficult to manage and control on the side of the National Commissioner.
So at this juncture, did you envisage a situation, or I'll put it differently, were you arguing for the complete disestablishment or abolishment of the notion of task teams within SAPs? Can I interpret it that way, or have I gone too far?
You are correct that by end of the year, I had gone deeper in terms of assessing the effectiveness But from the perspective of sustainability, when you have internal units and you sharpen them, you strengthen them, as opposed to task teams, but not necessarily that you would completely abolish the need, because they are dictated to by the situation on the ground.
Yes.
Task teams.
I was going to move to another aspect of that paragraph, but
Sorry, before,
oh,
before you do that, so that I understand the minister's position, Minister, are you saying in that sentence, are you saying the existence of a temporary task team is not constitutionally permissible? Is that what you're saying?
Not necessarily. As I say, I'm saying I was referring to Constitution. I was referring to the Constitution in broad terms in relation to what I understand to be the mandate of SAPS, that they are less likely with dependence on task teams than when they depend on units that they cultivate, that they develop and hone over a period. That's what it was referring to, but not to say there is anything unconstitutional about task teams, because that you can't do away with, because it is dictated to by the need on the ground all the time. But just establish, assess, and then time frame all the time.
Yes. So you did not make the decision that to disband the PKTT on the basis that it is constitutionally untenable to have that task team, the PKTT. That's not one of your reasons for disbanding it.
Definitely, it is not one of the reasons.
Okay, so if we read this paragraph, if I read this sentence to be one of your reasons for disbanding the PKTT, then I am wrong. I misunderstood what this sentence means. Is that what you're saying?
My understanding of that sentence is that it generally sends a message to SAPS to discourage teams, task teams, keeping of task teams, because it makes it less possible for SAPS to reach out or to get their mandates fulfilled. Not to say it's unconstitutional, teams are unconstitutional and so on, but if SAPS more and more depends on task teams which are temporal, firstly you have a problem of administering them, carrying them on your shoulders, and then it makes you less likely to fulfill your mandate.
Yes. The problem with your explanation, Minister, in that paragraph is you're specific. You're speaking about the NPKTT. You speak about the NPKTT, and then you say the continuation of a temporary structure. So in the first sentence, you say, first, SAPS has made clear throughout 24 that NPKTT was an interim structure whose mandate fell squarely within the permanent remit of the murder and robbery unit created by the 2019 work study. So we know from this first part that the second part of that paragraph, where you say the continuation of a temporary task team, you are referring to the NPKTT.
Yes.
So my question remains, am I incorrectly understanding what you say in this last part of the paragraph? Do I misunderstand when I read it, which I did, to mean this is one of your reasons that the NPKTT that you give for disbanding the PKTT, it is that it is constitutionally untenable to have the PKTT, which you describe as outside of the structure, the organizational structure, that to have it continue to exist, this temporary team, the PKTT, is constitutionally untenable?
In the context of its impact to SAPS to reach out their mandates.
Okay. With that answer, then it must mean even the taxi violence task team is constitutionally untenable to continue to have it, given your reasoning about the PKTT.
That is why the taxi task team was put under specialized units inside SAP's organogram.
Okay, but you didn't dissolve it. You didn't disband it.
No, what happened with it? It was put under murder and robbery, which is under serious and violent crimes, to permanently reside within the structure, which makes it better for SAPs to fulfill their mandates.
Yes.
So, which is different from a standalone structure like PKTT.
Well, can I maybe make my point this way? The PKTT, as at the 31st of December, was not the only task team of the SAPs. You express in paragraph 167 that it's constitutionally untenable to have a task team exist outside of the organizational structure. That's what you say. The principle is it's constitutionally untenable to have task teams outside of the structure. Maybe you're correct, maybe you're not. But the question is, you dissolve only one task team when you have that concern about the constitutionality of task team. It is only one task team that you dissolve. You're happy to live with the unconstitutional existence, if ever there's such a concept. You are happy to countenance the continued constitutionality problem you have about the existence of other task teams, but just not the PKTT. Please explain in a way that makes that your decision to make sense.
Now, historically, the National Political Killings Task Team is the only team that had been associated with being inside or outside the structure all the time from 2019. And as indicated before, it was always expressly indicated by SAPs that it would need to be integrated, it would need to be absorbed. And therefore, that's why it sort of features higher than any other team in the conversation. Hence, even here in these paragraphs, it seems to be the only, but the principle is not necessarily confined to it alone. It applies across, but the specific reference is this one because in the conversation that had developed over time, that was the one that was in reference almost all the time from 2019.
Sorry.
More than any other.
This is my last engagement, I think, for now on this. Have you just said that the PKTT is the only task team that the SAPs have considered to be outside of the structure, of the organizational structure?
No, I'm saying the PKTT is the only task team that had consistently featured in the conversation parallel to structures, simply because of one reason. Its tasks were identified by SAPs as requiring absorption to a specialized unit inside. And it's almost because the other teams that were originally identified, they were identified as a problem, as a burden, as being untenable. That's why they were then dissolved, if I could talk that language, and integrated into like murder and robbery and under under murder and robbery and under serious and violent crimes. They were doing integration so that this task team could be managed better in a sustainable way, so that you could be certain about the instruments you are using to fight crime.
Okay. Can I just try one last time so that I understand what your answer is to my question?
Yes.
Are you saying to us the PKTT, and it's a yes or no answer, I either misunderstand or understood you correctly. I'm going to reframe my question. Are you saying the PKTT is the only task team that the SAPs that you are referring to considered to be outside of the organizational structure? It's either yes, that's what you're saying, or no, that's not what you're saying.
For my clarity, I hear you very well, but if you could be kind to me to repeat your question.
Okay, that's all right. You spoke in a way that made me understand you to be saying, according to the SAPS discussions,
Yes.
the PKTT was the only task team that was considered to be outside of the organizational structure. You spoke in a way that I understood you to be saying that. So what I'm asking is that what you were saying, that understanding of mine that I've just projected back to you?
Yes.
And that's why I say
understand.
it's a yes or no answer. Either I understood you correctly to be saying only the PKTT was considered to be outside of the structure, or no, I misheard or misunderstood you.
You misunderstood me.
Yes.
And the reason for that is that National Political Killings Task Team is the only structure, or the only not structure team that was targeted, if I could use that language,
I see.
Over a long time for integration. It's as if even the specialized units were established such that you would absorb, because
Can I stop you there, Minister?
Okay, thank you.
What I wanted to establish with you a few questions back was you have other task teams in the SAPs.
Yes.
Can we agree, if you are correct in this sentence where you say the continuation of a temporary task team outside of the organizational structure is untenable both administratively and constitutionally? If you are correct with that statement, it holds for all task teams.
Yes,
must be.
That's correct.
Okay, that's all I wanted to establish. So it's not just unique to the PKTT.
Yes, that's
also
correct.
applies to the mining task team, to any other task team that the SAPS has.
That is correct, with a proviso that you wouldn't, when there's a need to establish a task team, you would flinch from doing so. You would establish and then disestablish.
Okay.
But yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. If I may just follow up on that based on your response. Because at some point I thought I understood, but now I'm not so sure of myself. If the statement is the continuation of a temporary task team outside of SAPS organizational structure had become untenable both administratively and constitutionally, that would mean reference to the existing task teams. Their continuation existence has become untenable administratively and constitutionally. Am I correct thus far?
Broadly speaking, yes.
So you say, of course, you do attach a caveat there that it does not preclude the establishment in the future of task teams as and when needed in response to specific challenges.
Yes.
So those that would be established in the future would not have the difficulty of being administratively and constitutionally untenable because they are outside the substructure. I'm trying to understand. Granted, we are talking about existing ones. if their existence and operation outside SAP's organizational structure is what renders them constitutionally and administratively untenable, that surely must be a challenge that would afflict any other future trust team, because they would forever remain outside SAP's organizational structures. Why would it be fine for the future trust teams and not for the existing?
I did indicate at the beginning that, or at some point, that generally, when you look at mandates of SAPs and so on, you realize that it's important that whatever gets done in a sustainable way, cost-effective way, and so on, and with necessary intended impact. Therefore, generally discouraging, that statement is meant to generally discourage, in other words, to caution all of us that we're not going to make SAPs an organization of temporal task teams in general. But it doesn't mean that even when it is necessary to establish a task team, you would not establish one, but consider that it is cumbersome.
Yes.
Consider that it diminishes your chances to obtain or to reach out for your mandates.
Thank you for that, Minister. And another thing, once again in response to Commissioner Baloyi, with reference in particular to the PKTT, I understood you to say, and my understanding might be incorrect, and please correct me, that the PKTT, the first time around you said, was always identified for absorption. The second time you referenced this issue, you said was targeted for integration. Did I hear you? Did I understand you correctly?
Correct.
Does your letter of the 31st of December achieve any of those objectives, whether it's absorption or integration?
It was meant to.
In retrospect, do you think it does?
It does.
How?
In the sense that even if you used disbandment, but in practice you wanted integration, if the directive was not to say dismiss all those individual members, it was to say start processes, or let's engage in processes in line with what has always been intended with regard to the National Political Killing Trust Team.
As I understand things, you did indicate that task teams are created for a specific challenge.
Yes.
To address specific issues.
Yes.
And normally it's for, I won't say specific time because it's very difficult to determine time, but it's for a limited period, it's for a period.
Yes.
So, if my understanding is correct, then the disestablishment of a task team that has delivered on its mandate can never have the effect of dismissing police officers, can it? Because it's established from within the ranks of the police members. So its disestablishment will not result in any police officer losing their job.
Definitely. Correct.
So similarly here, the disestablishment contemplated would not result in the PKTT members losing their jobs.
Correct.
So I'm struggling with the notion of disestablish. So, put it differently. So we first break it apart, it being the team, to absorb the team into the substructures. Am I understanding it correctly?
You're understanding it correctly.
Okay.
Sila, are you moving from this paragraph?
I'm still on the paragraph.
Okay.
Now that I have a better understanding of what perhaps informed your decision, I read that paragraph. I'm still at 167. I read that paragraph. Okay, let me do it differently. You invoke, as I understand that paragraph, the 2019 work study to draw the conclusion that you do in the second part of that paragraph. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Okay. Let's find that work study on my reading of your statement that you should be your annexure SM3, and SM3 should start at page 115, same file. And in annexure SM3, this document is titled Establishment of Specialized Capacities, Anti-Gang Units, Murder and Robbery Units, as well as Taxi Violence and Cold Case Investigation Functions within the South African Police Service. Rather a mouthful, but I had to say it all for purposes of the record. That is the document, correct?
Yes, correct.
Thank you. Same page 117 under item 2, the heading is purpose. I read the following. The purpose of this investigation is to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities, as well as to give clarity on the structural placement and functional, as well as enabling post-structure requirements within the detective service. Would the establishment be feasible? Okay, there might be challenges there in the construction of the sentence, but the purpose is clearly stated there, and we can fill in the gaps where we think some words are missing to try and understand and have a full appreciation of the purpose. So, the purpose of this investigation, of which this report is a result, was to determine the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within detective service, in summary.
Yes.
Is that yours?
Yes.
Do you know what was the outcome of this study? That on that particular aspect, the feasibility of establishing specialized capacities within the detective service?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it's just that I don't see the date, but it sounds like the 2018 establishment. It talks about, it should be 2018 work study.
Apologies, Minister, I lost you.
I'm saying I don't see the date.
Oh, the date of this, if you go to page 155 of that SM3,
yes,
it bears the signature of it's Sectional Commander Operational Organizational Design Detection, Colonel A.K. Murray. It's got a date of 2019-06-19.
Oh, yes, yes.
And I take that person to be the author.
Correct.
Yes, 2019, yes.
Yes. So what was the question is,
No, the question is
what was the outcome?
the outcome of the, yes.
The outcome of this work study at that time was that it was indeed undertaken, that study. And it's 2018. And it was then signed or accepted and adopted in 2019 by the then Commissioner, Commissioner Sithole. And he signed it off into implementation. That's why in September that year, 2019, a letter of implementation was then accepted after the work study had been taken and discussed and adopted. So this study was undertaken.
Okay. You referenced the implementation letter, and throughout your statement, you suggest that they be read together. That implementation letter is what you attach as SM4 at page 179. Is that correct?
To SM4, yes. Yes.
Is that the implementation letter you just referenced?
That would be the one.
Okay.
Yes.
We'll keep our finger there, we'll come back. But getting back to SM3, the report.
Yes.
I would like to refer you to page 159
159.
159. Oh, sorry, 154.
Oh,
My apologies.
okay. I have,
159 is actually the other annexure. I do
yes.
apologize for the confusion. 154.
I have it.
Oh, thank you. At 154 is under heading recommendations, is a list of recommendations by Colonel Murray arising from the investigation he conducted. Is that how I understand the document as well?
Yes.
We don't have to read in detail all the recommendations. There are 8 of them listed. Having considered the recommendations by Colonel Murray and the content of the report, I struggle to understand how it can lend anyone to the conclusion that the continuation of temporary task team outside of SAP's organizational structure is both administratively and constitutionally untenable. I struggle, so I request you to perhaps point me to something, be it in the recommendations or the body of the report itself, regard being held to the purpose that we looked at previously, how we arrived at the conclusion you seem to have drawn as set out in paragraph 167.
Now, these recommendations seem to be talking to establishment of these structures at a provincial level, which is a lesser point. The main point about this and the concept of specialized units was to the effect that pull all the proliferated at that time, prior to the study, teams, and then put them together, and they came up with the concept of specialized units, which would sort of integrate all the smaller ones that had been identified. And you will see that it goes on to 2024 when they do another assessment and they find out that there are still a number of proliferate, or there are still many task teams that are still hanging around. They have not been integrated into specialized units. So the whole concept of specialized units was meant to sharpen subs, make subs sharpened around certain identified crimes, as it were, as they were identified at that time, so that there is more capacity to deal with them.
Yes. I see at page 158, a few pages forward, just above the signature of the National Commissioner, General K.J. Sithole, who approved this report.
Yes.
And unfortunately, the handwriting, and I don't mean to cast aspersions, becomes difficult to read, but I'm going to try to. But I think that the part I'm interested in, at least I can read. General Sithole at the time says a national pilot project process must be established with different, and then I struggle, and resources.
Sub-projects.
Oh, sub-projects and resources. And resources must be allocated from the national budget with clear account numbers. Do you see? That's General Sithole.
I see that.
So General Sithole said he approves this with the comment that a national pilot project process by those words.
Well, I understood him to have approved what had been submitted to him in terms of a proposal for specialized units. And then it talks about a pilot project process, meaning that they were not in a position to unleash these specialized units all over. They wanted to projectize it, pilot projectize it. And he was wanting to approve that so that they could maybe for a couple of months see how it would work.
So the implementation of this entire report, on my reading
Yes.
of General Sitole's comments or basis for approval, is that a pilot project process must be initiated.
Yes, they said so in 2019 when they adopted the work study to say it will be implemented in a phased approach.
Okay. Perhaps before I move further, because I wanted to then bring in the other document, Commissioner Balo, you had wanted to find out if I was moving from, I think, the work study.
Sorry, I have to try and remember. If you go back to that paragraph in your statement, Minister, that paragraph 167, and I think you did explain, Ms. Silo asked you the question, you explained, I'm just not sure that I understood, so I'm going to ask you to repeat it, please. The way you speak about this task team being administratively untenable, can you just explain again, what did you mean when you say it's administratively untenable?
It meant that subs with a proliferation of smaller, if I could just insert that, task teams, it would stretch them or it would overstretch them. There was a concept when they decided, in fact, even in terms of effectiveness, that is what landed them in a concept of specialized units so that they would absorb all these into bigger, into more specialized for control and management, which is the duty of the National Commissioner. And I think they were quite in line with the quality mind, if I looked at it, effectiveness and efficiency. And therefore, here, it had become untenable. They wanted to make it possible and much more easier for them to administer.
Okay. To the extent that in this paragraph you mention the PKTT in particular.
Yes.
In what way had the PKTT become administratively untenable to have the PKTT? And the question is direct to the PKTT because our discussion is about your reasons for disbanding the PKTT. So
yes.
While you speak of broadly
yes.
task teams, let's come to the PKTT because that's one of the factors you took into account. In what way had it become administratively untenable to have the PKTT exist for another day beyond the 31st of December?
When I wrote the letter, I was already in possession of what I referred to as allegations from a number of categories of people, including civil society, and so on, but also including people from inside subs. Now, when I wrote the memo, that is the directive, I had that in mind that possibly certain things are setting in subs via PKTT in terms of control and administration. Now, that category of complainants, if I could refer them, I could refer to them as such, that I was advised by the Commission to seek advice from my lawyers on, indicated to me clearly that there are certain things that we are losing in terms of control and management. If you look at the complaints that I had received by the time I wrote this letter. So it refers to that, but it also refers to alleged abuses of human rights by those who had written to us in various categories as I referred them to. So this is what this refers to that.
Yes. Now, all right, it's a separate discussion, those complaints, so I'm not asking that we get into them.
Yes.
We will have a discussion separately.
Yes.
When you talk about administrative untenability of the continued existence of the PKTT, you did not discuss them with the National Commissioner, those complaints.
We discussed some of them.
No, the ones that you've listed. You've given us a list, and
Yes.
you're referencing them now, including those names that you gave yesterday. You did not say to the National Commissioner, I've got these complaints. I want your response to them.
The ones that are here, I
Yes.
did. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't.
Okay, all right. Where I'm going with it is you get to a point where you make a decision that those complaints are evidence of administrative untenability, to whatever we mean with that concept. You say these complaints, they show that there's a problem administratively, but you don't verify those complaints with your management, and yet on the basis of those complaints, you conclude the continued existence of the PKTT is administratively untenable. You get them, and I'm happy to confine myself to the list in that envelope as one of the examples, that you get that list. You don't verify with your management, certainly not with the National Commissioner. You don't verify that list, so you don't know whether it's true or not. People are making allegations. You don't know whether what they've told you, whatever it is that they tell you, you don't know how the SEPS reacts to that, how your National Commissioner reacts to that, but you conclude that those make it untenable, administratively untenable for the PKTT to continue to exist. How is that a proper thought process that leads you to this far-reaching conclusion it's administratively untenable to continue to exist?
Again, the ones that are here, I discussed with the National Commissioner. The ones that are in the envelope, I didn't. And the reason why I didn't, it was solely because of the agreement between me and these people when they met me in person, indicating confidentiality, but more than that, indicating safety concerns.
Yes.
Yes.
I'm simply putting to you the difficulty that you get complaints, you
Yes.
don't ask your National Commissioner, is this true, is it not true? Tell me what you've done about it. But you don't do that, but you get to the conclusion to use that as a reason, as one of your reasons to dissolve the PKTT, because you say it has become administratively untenable.
I did discuss with the National Commissioner the concerns raised by Mary de Haas. I did discuss with the National Commissioner concerns that were raised by Patricia Mashale.
The ones that Patricia Mashale raises in her Facebook.
We did discuss with the National Commissioner.
Those Facebook extracts.
We did discuss that there are a number of things that, not necessarily one by one, but we did discuss that she is putting things to me, and
Yes.
is she putting things to you?
Yes.
He said, yes,
Yes.
I am receiving this. And then we had a small discussion.
And
about
from
that.
that discussion, where the National Commissioner says, yes, I'm aware of this,
Yes.
because she has raised them, you decide that those complaints render the PKTT's continued existence administratively untenable.
Partially, and then the other part is the ones that I didn't discuss with them, but I got to know about them, but I didn't discuss with them. But
Yes.
combining them, I'm trying to say, It's not like I didn't discuss any of the concerns or anything with the National Commissioner. I did,
Yes.
partially, but the others I didn't discuss.
Okay, all right. Perhaps to summarize, is your position from this discussion, are you saying where you refer as a reason for dissolving the PKTT, where you say it had become administratively untenable, you're saying that because of the Mashale complaints, because of Ms. Dihas's complaints, because of those 8 people in that envelope? You say all of that taken together is what led you to the conclusion that the continued existence of the PKTT for another day is administratively untenable.
Correct.
Okay.
But you remember that there are other reasons.
Yes.
These are not here.
Yes, you
in that
will
context.
discuss your other reasons.
Yes.
I'm just wanting to make
Yes.
sure that
Correct.
administratively, where you refer to administratively,
Correct.
those 3 are the factors you took into
Correct.
account to that conclusion. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. Earlier, either the outcomes of this investigation that Colonel Murray undertook, that investigation, as we have the report at SM3, if I understood you correctly, you referenced an implementation letter.
Yes,
Please
correct.
explain to me the relevance of that implementation letter vis-a-vis this investigation report. What's the link between the two?
The link is that the implementation letter was saying that initiative of the work study has now been completed. It must now be implemented.
Okay, thanks. Thank you for that, Minister. And not the pilot project that General Sithole had approved, as we saw at page.
Yes.
Yes. If I may say, so the implementation letter, in your understanding, directs the implementation of the outcomes and recommendations of that report in their entirety, and no longer the pilot project process that National Commissioner Sithole at the time approved, as per his comments at page 158. I'm trying to understand which aspect is being approved which is being implemented. Is it the pilot project process in terms of General Sithole 158, or is it the report in its entirety?
What was to be implemented was the
Yes.
report in its entirety.
Okay.
But when the National Commissioner signs, he then decides that it would take the form of a pilot at that particular time.
Okay. Now, the implementation letter starts at page 179 of that same file, that's SM4. Have you located it, Minister?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes, correct.
Is that the implementation letter you reference?
Yes. Correct.
Just for the record, it's a 2-page document. It's dated at page 180, 14 November 2019. And it seemed to have been authored by Major General, Head Organizational Development, N.L. Mzima. I'm reading you, I'm correct?
Yes. Yes.
Now, my reading of this document is that it addresses the human resource issues within SAPS. Admittedly, in the context of the establishment of specialized capacities. So it confines itself purely to that. And secondly, I wouldn't expect it to enforce the report if it is issued by Major General Head Organizational Development. I would expect the one to implement the report or direct that it be implemented in its entirety would be the head of SAPS, and at the time would be General Sithole.
Yes, correct.
So, if we then accept that Major General Head Organizational Development Zima is not the head of SAPS, if we try and interpret what her function is, the title might assist Head Organizational Development. In my thinking, I think she's responsible for human resources within SAPS. I may be wrong. I'm trying to interpret what I see here with a little bit of guesswork. It's somebody responsible for human resources in SAPS. And even if I'm wrong, one thing I am certain about, he or she is not the National Commissioner. At least on that we are settled.
Yes, correct.
So, the HR leader within SAPS then issues this letter, and if we go back to 179, references the work study investigation that we've just had regard to SM3, fully dated, and the like, and says was approved by Lieutenant Colonel K.J. Sithole on 26 June 2019. And just we don't have to go back there. Going back to the report, I see that General Sithole appended his signature on the same date. It does not speak now our implementation letter to the directive by established a pilot project. But perhaps that's how the General Nzima at the time understood it. But to go further, at paragraph 4 of the same implementation letter, it reads, for your information and implementation with specific reference to the recommendations of the report as well as comment by Lieutenant General Dimpani. That comment is to be found in the report again at page 158, and unfortunately is in manuscript, so I'll try and see if I can read it and understand. At 158, above the signature of Lieutenant General Dimpani, the following is noted. Members already in the unit must be accommodated in the PEFE? Huh? PE, thank you. For the WC gang unit, other critical basic resources were provided during the establishment of the unit. Funding to be provided to accommodate operatives. The costs, thank you. Yes. Thank you, Commissioner. And as a fourth point, for other AGU as offered in the report, a phased-in approach be followed with regard to the other units. And that's what I understand General Nzima to be referring to when he or she refers us back to Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments. And once again, I understand Lieutenant General Dimpani's comments to be confined to matters affecting members. Once again, it's HR issues. How accommodation of those members, what is it, in the PE, the Western Cape gang. So the comments are confined to the members themselves, not the functions of the units. No, not the mandates of the units, no. So basically how members are to be treated. At 5, now notes, the provincial heads, organizational development and strategic management is kindly requested to complete SAPS 495 documents for the placement and registration of the separate entities mentioned in the attached work study report. The completed SAPS 49 documents can be sent to marais@saps.gov.za for further handling regarding the PERSAL registration. The report was presented at the Board of Commissioners and presented to the SSSBC. Two things come out for me here. The reference to PERSAL registration once more confirms that is about HR issues. This is the system, as I understand, that records employees of government. Is my understanding correct? PERSAL, the PERSAL.
Yes.
It's confined to. That's the purpose of a PERSAL system in the government, in the public sector.
Correct.
Okay. So the fact that there are requirements to complete SAPS 495 documents to be handed in regarding PERSAL registration, it's human resources.
Yes.
Okay. Then it says the report was presented to the Board of Commissioners and presented to SSSBC. I had to do a bit of guesswork here, but I think the BC is Bargaining Council. I just did not remember the first 3 S's, what they stand for. But it sounds like it was referred to the Bargaining Council. Would you know what that SSSBC stands for?
It stands for, you are correct, for the Bargaining Council.
Okay. Thank you, Minister. And we know what a bargaining council, the purpose of a bargaining council, we all know. We don't need to detain ourselves. Safety and Security Sectoral Bargaining Council. Thank you. Then over leaflet 180, item 6. Job evaluations in support of the levels of the command structure should be completed as soon as possible. And lastly, at 8, it is important to note that units that are established will be evaluated for the correct determination of the post structures, as the current structural approval is for an enabling establishment, and it continues. And that is the last point on that letter. My difficulty with your suggestion that report, that letter, constitutes an implementation letter that brought into full force all the findings in the 2019 work study. To the extent that's what you are implying, I have a difficulty. Because this letter I interpret to be speaking to practical human resource realignment that would be required and processes that would have to be followed. What is your comment to that?
My comment, just in a package, in a way, to make things easier. Firstly,
Yes.
the work study was a comprehensive kind of a document,
Yes.
even indicating, because you are establishing specialized units, then it included the ranking, it included qualifications of people who would be required in each specialized unit, and so on. Now, that's the human resource part. So they were quite detailed in doing it. So they completed the work study. They then write and discuss and adopt the implementation letter, which Commissioner Stolle agrees on and he signs, and then he says pilot it. Now, this letter by Mzima, which commissioners are referring to, is now written in essence to provinces to say we're now implementing, and that's why it's short and so on. And it comes in November. The work study had been adopted in September 2019. So this one is further implementation at a provincial level. Now, Timbane comes in from the finance side to say money is being made available, but these are the conditions and so on. And then so all these components come in as a phase is entered into after September to actually implement on the ground. That's why they make reference to PE, to Western Cape, and so on, but they are stating what would obtain in the final implementation on the ground.
Yes. I think I'm clarified with about your position. I just want them to summarize, to test that I'm not misrepresenting your views. Once again, we are back at 167, because all this, this entire exercise was to try and help me understand the import of paragraph 167 and the reason that you advance. So I'm going to test it thus. So there was an investigation, and your understanding is that there was a directive that it be implemented in terms of SM4, which is what you call the implementation letter. And the effect of that was that automatically task teams would be operating outside the SAP's organizational structure and therefore would be impermissible. Is that a fair, is that a correct understanding on my part, or have I lost it completely?
Not completely, with a proviso that should a need arise in a province or elsewhere, a task team can be or will be, it will be permissible to establish one for that particular purpose, but this is an overall effort to integrating things in line with the concept of specialized units.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioners, I want to leave this paragraph, this specific reason. Commissioner Baloy?
You're still going to be discussing this work study?
I want to leave this work study, I want to move to the next. So if there are questions on this particular one.
Yeah, maybe let me then ask that question. Minister, Ms. Silo referred you to the recommendations at 154, Mr. Murray's recommendations. And then you have the approval of the National Commissioner, who says there must be a national pilot project. And then you have General Dimpane's comment there, which suggests what should be done. And the implementation letter speaks about the pilot being Western Cape, the anti-gang unit, and then it says in that paragraph 8 of that implementation letter, it says in the second sentence, third line, the first units to be evaluated to determine the criteria as well as ideal post-establishment will be anti-gang units in the Western Cape and Eastern Cape, as the units have been functioning already in the approval date, on the approval date of the report. We've established in your discussion with Ms. Silo that this seems to have related largely to personnel staffing issues. Yesterday in your testimony, you said this work study dissolved the PKTT with effect. I asked you the question and you answered quite firmly that yes, the 2019 work study dissolved the PKTT. And I want, apart from the fact that this work study, nowhere does it refer to dissolving on the date of this work study. It doesn't say anywhere that the PKTT is dissolved. But I want to put a difficulty to you that to the extent that it is a pilot project that is being approved by the commissioner says there must be a national pilot project. And then General Nzima speaks about the Western Cape as being the first one to be evaluated. Surely you must accept that they were not dissolving the PKTT, because there is specific reference to we will start in the Western Cape. And posts will become available. We will do evaluations as posts become available. On a reading of these documents, there is no way that justifies a narrative or a conclusion or an understanding that this work study, on its terms as it is in 2019, dissolved the PKTT.
You would recall that I went further to say they then realized that whereas it would have meant dissolution of the PKTT, in practice, because of the phased approach of building specialized units, they realized that they were not ready to dissolve the PKTT in practice. But in theory, that is what they meant. That's why the extension was for another 6 months.
Okay. So this work study, and that's what I want to establish with you. You spoke very firmly. In 2019, this work study dissolved the PKTT. What I'm putting to you is, in this work study, in the following approvals from the National Commissioner and the implementation letter, there is no way that they speak of disbanding the PKTT as at the date of the work study. The PKTT, yes, I'm simply putting that.
Yes.
Yes.
Since your appointment in July 2024 until 31st of December 2024, did you get the opportunity to have Mr. Murray, Colonel Murray, presenting his work studies to you, both the 2019 and the 2024?
No.
No. So it is you who's interpreting the two documents. You're doing that on your own. He did not give you a briefing on those two documents.
Yes.
I'm going to put to you, Minister, that you are misinterpreting what Colonel Murray said in both his work studies, and you are incorrectly using those work studies to justify your decision to disband the PKTT. Because nowhere in any of those work studies did Colonel Murray say the PKTT must be disbanded. What is your answer?
My answer is that in the conceptualization of specialized units, it was expressly said that the proliferation or the existence of a number of task teams is not ideal. In other words, is not an ideal situation within SAPS. Let's establish specialized units. And when they established specialized units right from 2019, right in 2024, even in their assessments, they then established one of those units at a level called serious and violent crimes. It is in the structure from 2019, especially in 2020. I showed you the structure. And in that, or under that, serious and violent crimes, you have what they call the section. The section is called murder and robbery. And under that murder and robbery, as mandates thereof, they put sub-units. One of the sub-units that they put there is political killings. And of course, police killings, which we identified clearly yesterday. So it is expressed, not interpreted. It is expressed in black and white throughout 2019 and 2024. It's written down. And I did indicate that I had a chat with former Commissioner Stoll on the matters who indicated similar views when we had a chat on these matters.
So if PKTT is a unit within the murder and robbery unit, it's a structure within, how does that square up with his disbandment? Because surely then all that means is that it will exist, but it will form part of the murder and robbery unit. So it will be a team within the murder and robbery unit. How does that square up with its disbandment?
It square ups in the sense that it will cease to exist in the form that it is existing now. You would take the model, you would take some of the personnel, you would take some of the experience into the new specialized unit. But it tells you that they can coexist. You can't have murder and robbery, and then you have on your right-hand side, you have PKTT. Mind you, in the new setup, when we come in, we discover, if I could use that word, that there are 4 provinces that are a problem in the whole country. It's not one where PKTT is based in, which is KZN. Your problem in terms of the views of the new administration is that you are preventing investment in the country. They say South Africa is ugly because of a high rate of murders, specific. And people don't feel, they are not made to feel safe. Now, you can then take that to mean in KZN. You mean in the main, you mean in the whole country, but in the main, in the 4 provinces. Then what it means is that PKTT needs to be part now of the newly established, which is futuristic, which is not temporal, which is sustainable and budgeted for. You need to put it in the structure that is now has been processed all the time. That's where these 2 things fit in. They can't coexist. That's number 1. And you are looking at sustainability. You are removing the temporal nature, but you are not firing people. You are not. At some point, I said to myself, maybe I shouldn't have used the word disband. I should have used with retrospect, because maybe it would have been understood better than what is happening, but that's exactly what it meant.
Yes, I'm going to suggest to you that that does not square up with the thrust of your evidence, which is that the PKTT is set up by the IMC, the Interministerial Committee, and therefore it can only be disbanded by a minister or by that committee. Now, if you have studies that only go to a national commissioner and his subordinates, and they adopt the recommendations in those studies, the suggestion, if that's your suggestion, that the adoption of those recommendations can override an IMC decision that there must exist a PKTT, that does not make sense to me. Because if IMC says there must be a PKTT because the president has said so, and it must continue to exist, what is the relevance of a study that is approved by a national commissioner and his subordinates? Because on your version, the minister establishes the PKTT and only the minister can disband it.
I did yesterday indicate, and I'm still indicating, that the work study, the National Political Killings Task Team was meant to exist for 6 months. It is clearly indicated and written down. Hence, the assessment in December to say, do we do away with it or it continues to exist? They decide. That is the IMC. it must continue to exist based on the submissions and all of that, I suppose, of the steering committee. Then in January, they then say, okay, it must exist, but for the next 6 months, not permanent. Not permanent. They say another 6 months. Then it's extended and funded. And then after 6 months, this is now, they now say the extension must now take a year. Because if we assess the establishment of specialized units, especially murder and robbery, which would absorb PKTT, it's not yet that time. Then they extend it. That is why another assessment comes 2021, 2022.
To demonstrate that political killings are the same as all other killings, and as of the date of the report, they now resort under murder and robbery unit. Did I understand you correctly? Okay, I'll try again. I understood, if you have regard to page 11, from your paragraph 35, no, 34, you speak of General Sitole approving the work study, and then you speak to the murder and robbery unit's mandate, including serial murders, police killings, political murders, murders of elderly persons and attacks on farms and smallholding. I'm reading from your paragraph 34.
That's correct.
And I think in your oral testimony in support of what you have at paragraph 35 now, which is a quotation from the work study itself, your explanation was, seeing as political killings result in killings, and that the murder and robbery unit has now assumed the mandate to deal with those crimes, that put paid to any justification for the existence of the political killings task team. You said a killing is a killing, if I understood. Murder is murder. Did I understand you correctly?
You understood me correctly.
Okay. And the quotation you provided from 5.4.2 of the report is set out there. And it appears at page 126 of SM3. In fact, what you didn't reflect in your paragraph was the correct number, which is 5.4.2.1. The main heading at 5.4.2 at page 126, SM3, thank you. The main heading reads at 5.4.2, mandate, murder and robbery. You see where I'm reading?
Yes, I see.
And then below what we have quoted at 112, at page 12, comes out of 5.4.2.1, and you did, I think it was in response to Commissioner Khumalo's question, specifically point out that political murders and attempted murders are part of murder and robbery.
Yes.
It was in that context I say that you were saying
Yes.
a killing is a killing. Various questions. Would it be logical of all to accept that in the country, for as long as there is a killing, that automatically results under murder and robbery unit? Should we so conclude?
Correct.
Correct. And it doesn't need a task team to be established. It's a killing. We know where the mandate resides.
That's correct, except when, according to all of us, or National Commissioner realizes that there is something exceptional or remarkable in a particular area for a particular reason. there would then be creation or establishment of a task team for that particular period or something that is happening there, flare up and so on. But generally,
yes,
all matters would fall
yes,
under this.
Unless the National Commissioner, you said, and all of us, that including us in the room, who falls under the rubric of all of us.
In SAPS.
In SAPS?
Yes.
In SAPS, okay. So if it's in SAPS and you have made reference to National Commissioner, then it's unless the National Commissioner thinks otherwise and finds a need to establish a task team. So SAPS, that police service structure. Okay. Sorry, Minister, you nod. I forgot that the microphone doesn't record a nod or a shake of the head. So,
yes,
if you agree with me, thank you.
Yes, agreed.
Also,
Correct.
Also, Minister, please just leave your microphones on, please.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, the work study, the implementation plan prohibits establishment, and I use it in inverts, of task teams unless the National Commissioner has good reason to establish a task team where killings occur. It's a very inelegant kind of summary, but I'm trying to understand that. Are you saying anything? Are you saying that or anything close to that?
Yes, I'm saying something close to that. There would be a discussion to say that there is a bubble or there is something unusual happening in a particular area, and it requires this kind of remedy.
A discussion between who? Who's discussing in respect of that bubble? Where is that discussion held?
What we have, we have regular meetings, or there are regular meetings at least once a week between the Minister and the National Commissioner, but there are also other meetings that get organized, not necessarily falling within what would be an adopted schedule, but there are also meetings which I had said would be quarterly of UNESCO, that is ministry and top management. Those are the meetings that I'm referring to where things would be discussed on a regular basis.
But you said the National Commissioner will decide, so perhaps just to test, the establishment or the decision to establish or not to establish a task team, that's the sole preserve of the National Commissioner. It's for the National Commissioner to decide that.
The National Commissioner has power to establish within his constitutionally allocated mandate to do so, much as the provincial one has
Yes.
also that kind of mandate.
Okay. So, as you call it a constitutional power, a constitutional mandate, and it's not surprising, it's that constitutional mandate that will override the effect of the Murray report that says no more task teams. But because the National Commissioner retains this constitutional power, he can still establish.
Yes, because that report or outcomes of the report of the work study do not, those outcomes do not necessarily override the constitutional mandate and do not even exclude possibility that there would be this kind of reaction by management of police and even ministry or combined.
Yes.
When a situation so demands.
Yes. And therefore, the establishment of a task team by the National Commissioner in those circumstances will not draw us back to the crisis you had on the 31st of December with the political killings task team, in that it was operating outside the SAPS organizational structure, and that had become both administratively and constitutionally untenable. At least we will not have that situation.
No.
Okay. So there's a bundle next to you. It's marked Exhibit bundle.
There's 1 of 2
Oh,
and 2 of 2.
indeed.
Which one?
Indeed. Apologies for the confusion. 2 of 2. 2 of 2. Sorry, before you leave the Minister. Minister, I hope you haven't closed our Murray report at SM3 at page 126. That remains open. Thank you. So we know from the Murray report that the mandate of murder and robbery, as it reads, and I'm reading from the document, including taxi violence. So all killings, political, I don't know what other murders are there. I don't want to say normal murders. There is no such notion. Attempted murder, killings arising from taxi violence, all that now sits within murder and robbery unit. And that was the line of march from the day of approval of this report.
Yes.
I've called for the exhibit file. If you could go to exhibit CJC 55.13, it's quite a mouthful, and page 371. She'll help find the right flag for you. 371 is an information note. If we go further to page 373 and 374, those are the signature pages, with National Commissioner appending his signature at 374 and approving this, this document from 9 December 2024 to the 28th of February 2025, correct? You see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, if I invite you to go back to 371, the heading of this document is called an information note, and I think we have seen a few of those. It's a request for funding, Eastern Cape report on taxi violence and extortion-related matters. I'm reading the top of the document. It is numbered and with headings, and under item 1, purpose, it reads, the purpose of this document is to present information to the reader regarding the tasking by the Minister of Police on murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London, Butterworth. End of quote. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
So I understand from a reading of that clause, that paragraph, that the Minister of Police, and I accept that, that's yourself, Minister.
Correct.
You called for and tasked, and I'll use that term guardedly, I'll put it in inverts. I'm not suggesting that you may, you have, or I accept that you have the power to task the National Commissioner to establish a task team, but I'm taking it from the document. But you tasked the National Commissioner to establish a task team to deal with murder-related taxi violence and extortion in East London and Butterworth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you so tasked him.
That's correct.
Why didn't you trust the murder and robbery unit, which in terms of page 126, stipulates that that includes taxi violence? Why didn't you instruct that it be dealt by that unit? Because we know that was the line of march from 2019.
It falls within what I explained yesterday. It's correctly written there. As the National Commissioner, who in turn tasked Major General Zulu. Major General Zulu is in charge of a number of combat units within SAPS. It's not task teams. It's not the units in the form of taxi violence or serious, and she's in charge of combat units like task force, like National Intervention Unit, TRT, and so on. So the kind of situation that arose there, we discussed it with National Commissioner. They were going to go there to reinforce via combat capacity, reinforce the murder and robbery with their taxi subunit in the Eastern Cape, because it had elements that required an extra kind of capacity that would come in the form of combat units. So she was not going to establish a team, a task team. She was merely going to reinforce what is on the ground, but via something different, which is a combat unit. That's what I was talking to you yesterday, saying we decided in the new structure that there should be a separate division of a number of combat units so that they could assist specialized units and uniformed police on the ground.
Okay, I would like to then draw attention to page 372 of the same document overleaf. And at 2.5 it reads, in order for the SAPS to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed, and then they are listed there. How different is the is what's set out at 2.5, except presumably for size? How different is that from a task team in the form of the PKTT?
Now, the principles are the same in a way. A problem has been identified in the Eastern Cape. Extra or reinforcement is required. It comes in that form. They go there, they do the work. It's specific and time-bound, and at the end of that period, they then pull out. Now, in the same as PKTT was established, it was established for 6 months, deal with political killings, and then you are time-bound after 6 months, and after time, once murder and robbery has been fully established, in KZN, it would be integrated. In a way, the principles are the same.
But this particular task team then is not impacted by the prohibition imposed by the Murray report. It is the same as the political killings task team. The same month that the political killings task team is dissolved, on the 31st of December, 2024, is the same month that you task the National Commissioner to establish, and as in your words you just said, an exactly identical task team for the purposes of this taxi violence and extortion matters in the Eastern Cape. And I'm not suggesting it should not have been established. I'm just trying to contrast and understand your reasoning. If your reasoning to task teams, and particularly the PKTT in December 2024, stands, I don't see how it can coexist with a thinking in the same month to do the direct opposite, which is establish another task team that is no longer afflicted by the challenges the challenges of the PKTT. I'm trying to reconcile myself with your approach, and I'm trying to fit in the Murray report and the fact that it was binding, all of which would have been issues relevant to both the dissolution of the PKTT and the establishment of this task team that you called for. I don't know if you are able to assist.
No, I'm able to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. The National Political Killings Task Team gets established because there's a problem that has just cropped up in KZN and is identified and it gets established. Let's leave out for now by who and so on. Go there, you are established 6 months. And then after 6 months, and so on. In the Eastern Cape, there's a particular problem that gets identified last year. You go and deal with this particular problem. You must have heard me saying, in a way. In both provinces, you have murder and robbery. But the murder and robbery, under whom there's a taxi unit in the Eastern Cape, is seen to be sort of overcome by the nature of the problem, practical, requiring reinforcement. And then these ones go there to do so. Otherwise, they are reinforcing. In the case of PKTT, they are not reinforcing KZN, murder and robbery. They are deemed to be, because they are not established in the same way as this one. They are now parallel to murder and robbery because they are there. This is now 7 years. And they are, in a way, I would say, the ones that the Murray report referred to, not this. I hope we're together. The Murray report finds a proliferation of sort of permanent task teams. And they say don't have permanent task teams, don't have many of them. Reduce, integrate, make specialized units. Now, as an example, that specialized unit does exist in KZN. So they must do the work that the National Political Killings Task Team does in KZN. But in case there is something that requires reinforcement, you will then send. In this case, if there's something that overcomes murder and robbery in KZN, but overcomes also PKTT, you will then have to form or establish this to go and reinforce the two. That's why there's talk of double packing. PKTT on one hand, 7 years now, murder and robbery, which is now there. There is that difference.
Okay. Yes, Commissioner.
Yes. Minister, this information note, if you look at paragraph 2.4, it records the problem. Paragraph 2, in the information note, still at page 371, that you were looking at with Advocate Silva now. Yes.
Thanks, I have it.
2.4, it reads, the Division Visible Policing and Operations currently does not have funds to run the operation. And then a decision was that an application should be submitted to move funds from another environment. But then turn to page 2.5 and see what in fact gets to be done. And then it says, in order for the SAPS to have a breakthrough and successful operations and convictions to combat mentioned crimes, a team consisting of 10 members led by Major General Zulu is formed. So there's a team formed. And then in 4.1.1, it says the team led by Major General Zulu be deployed to East London and Butterworth for the combating of taxi violence. And so there is a team which is being given the function to go and combat taxi violence, right? That includes murders. That's what I understand this to mean. That's the job of this team, is to go and combat taxi violence. I have a difficulty that from your evidence yesterday, you spoke about a false hierarchy. You said murder is murder. To create a task team that focuses on murder in a particular sector is a false hierarchy. Why is this not falling squarely into that which you define as a false hierarchy? These are matters that murder and robbery, not visible policing, murder and robbery should be investigating according to your approach to this, right? Murder and robbery should be dealing with these matters. You don't say to the National Commissioner, get murder and robbery to deal with these issues. You instead constitute a team to deal with them. What happened to your concern about a false hierarchy of some matters are more important than others that they require particular attention? Can you just reconcile that concern of yours with you constituting a team in December 2024?
Now, firstly, if I could be allowed just to extend your reading to 4.1, which says the deployment is from December the 9th, 2024 to February.
Yes, I accept that it's time bound. Yes.
That's number one. Number two, how do I reconcile this is a team to go and work with or reinforce murder and robbery in Eastern Cape. But they are going there to reinforce. Why then, how do I reconcile that they are the hierarchy and so on? They are not there to deal with particular societal categorization in the form of what I would call like in the form of KZN, in which I'm saying in 2018 there was nothing wrong because they were targeted, if I could use that, councillors at local government level. And therefore it was a specific category. Here you are just going there to deal with violence in the same way that happened in KZN in 2018, but slightly different in nature. It's just violence, killing drivers, taxi owners, whoever in the Eastern Cape at that time. So go and reinforce murder and robbery, combat this problem between those months, and then you'll come back.
Why do you say this information note says go reinforce murder and robbery? I mean, I see in 2.4, it refers to visible policing and operations struggling. Is visible operations in murder and robbery?
Yes.
Is it in murder and robbery?
No. What's happening at the moment, or before the adoption of the new structure, is that visible policing is a branch, if I could call it that, and then Major General Zulu is under visible policing, and therefore they were saying visible policing doesn't have funds to do this.
Yes.
And therefore, if there is a team for that period, get it from outside. This is what it meant.
Yes. What I'm asking, Minister, sir, what I'm asking, you say to us that this team was constituted to go and reinforce murder and robbery. So they were not going to do their own work as a standalone team in the way that the PKTT was doing. You distinguish them in that way.
Yes.
What I'm asking is what in this information note says they were going there to reinforce, not to be a standalone team, but to basically work with and within murder and robbery. What is it in this information note says that, tells us that?
Well, it may not necessarily be here, but it actually was there. It's,
Okay. So on a reading of this information note, on a reading of these 2 pages of the information note, there is nothing that says this new task team that you have tasked the National Commissioner in December 24 to form. There's nothing in this document that tells us they are not a standalone team. They are going there to reinforce and be part of the murder and robbery team in that area. There's nothing in this document that tells us that.
I would agree with you that in terms of drafting, it lacks precision.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Minister, perhaps I should take this moment to clarify that and I don't think anyone in this room, is against the establishment of the task team, this particular task team in the Eastern Cape.
Ms. Sillo, may we take the adjournment now and resume at 11:15?
Thank you, Chair.
Let's adjourn.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Minister, we were still on the information note in exhibit at page 371, file 2 of the exhibit file. Do you still have that in front of you?
Correct.
Thanks.
That's 371. Thank you.
371, Chair, thank you. That's where it starts. I want us to go further on. You recall that we noted that this task team was established, as page 372 tells us, 4.1.2. The deployment is from 9th of December 2024 to the 28th of February 2025, at the bottom of 372.
Correct.
Item 4.1.2.
Correct.
If we go forward to page 379. At page 379, that's another information note that starts at 378. This particular information note, if you go to page 380, is dated February 26, 2025. And that, you recall that in the previous document we read, the lifespan of this task team was until the 28th of February 2025. So the information note starting at 378 tells us at 380 that the lifespan tells us that this document was created 2 days before that task team was due to be dissolved. Do you note that?
Yes, sir.
And I want specifically to refer you then to page 379 of that same document, item 3.3. It says the current team consists of 2 detectives, 3 information collectors, 4 combat members, and 1 support. At item 4, there are recommendations as at February 2025. And it reads, this office recommends the following. 4.1.1, the current team to be beefed up, in parentheses, total of 19 members, to cover Butterworth, Ngobo, Kofimvaba, Mtata, and Zolo. The team will be placed in Butterworth. 4.1.2, additional members required are as follows: 2 information collectors, 2 detectives, 4 NIU operators. So, its original lifespan was for 3 months, effectively, and at the end of that 3 months, clearly from this information, second information note, its lifespan was extended once again, and not only extended, the team was beefed up. And by adding members from other different units into this team, the specific team. You see that, you accept that?
Yes, correct.
And it is safe to assume that decision was taken because this team was, due to the efficacy of this team. Would that be a fair conclusion?
Yes.
Before we broke for tea, I was anxious to make one thing clear with you, that I and I don't think anyone within the commission or reading these documents would question the wisdom of establishing that test team. And that wisdom is demonstrated by the documents themselves. In a period of 3 months since the establishment of this task team, as page 371 tells us, that when the team under the leadership of Major General Zulu, I would say, got onto the ground to work and deliver on their mandate, at item 2.2, General Zulu, it states the following. Major General Zulu interviewed the families and survivors and was able to draw 20 dockets related to murders and extortion. She discovered that little to nothing was done on the dockets. The first docket she worked on, she was able to arrest the suspect linked with more than 10 murders and extortion. The suspects were arrested at the Mall of Africa in Midrand. At 2.3, it notes, there is currently a breakthrough on other dockets, but need further investigation and linkages. Major General Zulu believes that she can end taxi violence and extortion in the 2 affected areas through arresting with convictions of the taxi bosses linked to the mentioned crimes. See where I'm reading, Minister?
Yes.
The task team was extended, page 378, and broadened to beyond Butterworth to include Komani, Mtata, Kofimvaba, and others listed at 2.3. The following is noted, and I read at 2.4. Survivors and victims started to come out and provided information on the case, and trust was built. 99% of dockets were never investigated. Do you see that?
Yes.
And we must accept that that happens in an environment where there's a murder and robbery unit.
Yes.
And that demonstrates, I would say, the efficacy of this particular, the notion of a task team, and this one in particular.
Yes.
And it is for that reason I put to you that it cannot be in any SAPS operation that the establishment of a task team, the notion of establishing a task team, can be rejected in favor of an organogram. It cannot be. Do you have a comment to that?
Not at all. You would recall, commissioners, that the two are not mutually exclusive. The idea of specialized units in the organogram and continued monitoring of developments on the ground, the result of which may demand that you do something over and above what organogram specialized units are doing. It's not mutually exclusive. It can happen. You now have specialized units, but you need reinforcement because of the extent of the upheaval or the problem in a particular area. Then you reinforce. And I did say what General Zulu was, Major General Zulu was leading. It would be a combination of people from the NIU, from TRT, and they go there, or any other combat unit, and then they go and work there, and so on. So it's not mutually exclusive. What the difference between that and what we're talking about in PKTT is that they are not in KZN to reinforce murder and robbery units. They are there as a silo, a kind of semi-permanent, if I could use that. In principle, there's nothing wrong with them having been established, dealing with what they were dealing with, but what is at stake now is that does NPKTT unit gets extended beyond 7 years while you now have murder and robbery, whose capacity you may not necessarily be using in its entirety, and then leading to coexistence. They are not there to reinforce and then go back, reinforce. They are kind of there sitting parallel with murder and robbery. There's a difference.
May I go back to the question Commissioner Baloyi asked you? And it's because you persist in the notion that they were there to reinforce murder and robbery.
Yes.
From the two information notes, one, the first being at page 371 that we referred to, and the next that we have just gone through of February 25, starting at 378. When I read both documents, I don't come away with the conclusion that this task team was intended to reinforce anything. So I would like your guidance with reference to these documents.
Yes.
From where I can derive such an understanding.
Maybe before you answer, Minister, okay. Also have regard at page 378, that information note, have regard to paragraph 2.2, which says dockets were collected from Provincial Serious and Violent Crime Unit, and the team conducted further investigations. So have regard to that when you want to tell why this is different from the way the PKTT operates.
First, the precise question was, we don't read reinforcement here.
Yes.
And I did concede to Commissioner Baloyi that it's a question of precision in terms of writing from where I sit, more than any other thing. They could have added precision. No, they could have added that element of being precise that it's reinforcement.
Okay.
But it comes in this particular form. But the understanding should be that they were going there to reinforce. They were not going there to be a silo they were going there, reinforced. That's why they look at the dockers, they find what they find, because they are meant to reinforce, to say, so where are you? What are you struggling with? We are here for a few months. So let's work together and see how far. And that's one. And then on the other hand, PKTT was established exactly to do more or less. This is an example of what we are envisaging. And on the side of PKTT, it was established for 6 months and then leave once murder and robbery exists there. And then it took time, and they are there now, and we are not implementing. And by the way, I should say, PKTT are not guilty for that. It's us at management level who have created the situation that is there. They are doing what police are telling them to do. So an impression shouldn't be that they are wrong in what they're doing, because they are being allowed by management to do what they're doing. So, but I'm just explaining what should be, as opposed to what the obtaining case is.
Minister, that paragraph 2.2 in 378 tells us that Major General Zulu's team conducted investigations. There's a list there. So they became a self-contained team. So she says, we collected dockets, and then the team conducted further investigations. They applied for Section 205. They got post-mortem reports, photo albums for crime scenes. They did that. They took witness statements. They traced suspects. They applied for J50s. They did firearm inspections. So they were not there to let murder and robbery or serious and violent crime to do their work while they are back up. They took the dockets and they conducted the investigations. We have understood, that's exactly, or at least let me say I have understood, that's exactly what the PKTT does. They got the dockets and they did exactly the stuff. So the distinction that you seem to be drawing, so that's the one thing. The second thing is, the PKTT, you're right, was originally established for a period, kept getting extended, but exactly the same here. It was first established in December 2024, and this, which Advocate Sello is discussing with you, requests and grants an extension for a further period. So that task team's set up for a fixed period, gets extension, doesn't seem to be the anomaly here. It's not an anomaly. That is unique to the PKTT. Your own task team of 2024 December, in fact, conducts investigations in exactly the same way the PKTT was doing, and then it requests an extension, and it gets it. The difference you're seeking to draw is not apparent to me. In fact, there is no difference.
Commissioners, I would say from where I sit, there is a difference. We're talking about 7 years. Consistent extensions. Well, with what I spoke about post-2022, but
okay, let me
these are
try
extensions.
So the difference you're drawing is the one has been in existence for 7 years, not how they operate.
That's not, and how they, I'm still coming to that.
Okay.
7 years. And that side, it's 3 months, it's extension. The principle is the same, but practically it's different. They get there, they found out that there is serious and violent crimes within which there is murder and robbery, within which there is taxi. But their level of performance is as stated there. They take over their dockets, they find that there's this, they then pick up things and they start working in accordance with what is expected of police ordinary. In other words, if they were working the way, up to the level they were, they would have found all these things having been done. But there was precisely a complaint there because they were not performing well. I know the practical problems that were there.
But that's exactly how the PKTT came to be formed. There had been a task team, which is KZN based.
Correct.
Of the province, which was responsible for investigating these matters.
Correct.
And when the president intervened, it's because the work that was being done by whoever was dealing with matters there was not effective, and it was thought, let's form a task team. The PKTT was formed, but you responded exactly the same way in December to a problem in a different area. There's no difference in how they came about. There was policing happening in both jurisdictions, KZN and your Eastern Cape here. Policing was happening. Then there's a realization that it's not effective. The solution in KZN was the president formed an IMC, and that IMC resulted in a task team being formed. In this case of the Eastern Cape, you became aware of the failures of policing, and then you formed a task team. And that task team does investigations, takes the dockets, did investigations in the same way as the PKTT. So the foundation is exactly the same.
Correct.
Yes.
The principles are the same, but I'm saying there's a difference here, 7 years. The difference, again, is that there hasn't been action or existence of PKTT in line with the stats that I was shown, which show that political killings have gone down, but we're maintaining and so on. There doesn't seem to be strong assessments that are in consonant with this to allow the development of murder and robbery, whether for the worse or for the good. But we hold a view, a strong view, that say that if you want to deal with violence in South Africa, especially in the 4 provinces, have something that is stable, that is sustainable. Don't have a team, a task team on a temporal basis, because they are from where they come from a station and from elsewhere. Whereas these ones are from units that exist, combat units. It's simple taking them from where they are. You take them different from people that you take from a station. So there are those kind of differences, but the principles, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Commissioner. So then your challenge with PKTT was the period for which it had been in existence. 7 years you deemed too long.
In part.
Yes, in part.
Yes.
I'll accept that. Commissioner, are you aware of a task team called Operation Lock?
Ms. Sildo, you just called the Minister Commissioner.
Minister, I apologize. I've dealt with too many commissioners from EMPD, and please accept my apologies. Thank you. I wanted to establish, Minister, whether you are aware of a task team called Operation Lockdown / Thunder in Cape Town. Are you aware of that task team?
I am aware.
Are you aware of a task team called Emanguzi Cross Border in KZN?
I am aware.
Are you aware that both, as with the task team, have been in existence for 7 years and they continue to be in existence?
Yes, I am aware, but not exactly in that way. I'm aware of, for instance, existence of Manguzi, and from time to time they get withdrawn, as I heard a few months ago. but I'm aware of their existence.
Why does their long-term existence not be cause for concern for you, such that you issue a disbandment letter for those task teams similar to the PKTT one of the 31st of December 2024? I trust that there is a reason.
They are of concern. They are of concern. In the first place, well, there's a slight difference.
Yes.
Lockdown is a kind of an operation, again, working in the same kind of principle. Let's say, for convenience, it's a task team, and so on. It is of concern. Let me indicate what the concern is about, and we were about to land on them to show that there's a concern, not because I'm now facing a commission, but because of the concerns that we were continuously, or grave concerns, not just concerns, getting in Cape Town, in the Western Cape, about violent situation there, indicating gaps in the huge gaps, if you look at their existence on one hand and levels of violence in that. It could be concluded that they haven't performed up to the level that is required. And I discussed this with National Commissioner on a number of occasions. At one point, we had a discussion on the phone for 1 hour. And I said I requested National Commissioner to deploy intelligence in Cape Town to check why there is consistent, seemingly growing violence in that, despite what efforts have been made there, and so on. So I am aware the concern is there. On the question of mongoose, there is a same concern that at one point when there is a flare-up, minister would go there and then they would seemingly work for a while. And I know that recently, maybe 3 or so months ago, I received reports from the ground that they had been withdrawn and criminal activities went up in that particular area. So there is a concern. We haven't really been as effective as we would need to be in terms of the demands of the people or expectations of the people of Mongoose. So both of them are of concern. But you couldn't do everything at the same time.
Why not? It impacts different places around the country. It's not like if you disestablished the operation lockdown in the Western Cape, that would further prejudice KZN. I don't understand why they could not be disestablished at the same time, because they are in two different regions, in 2 different provinces.
Well, what got us to attend to PKTT
Yes.
is different from what we are talking about. PKTT gets in the form of us looking at organizational structures through orientation as we came, and we've become aware of that and how it should have been dealt with in terms of the work study and all of that. While in the Western Cape one, it's in accordance with what I would regard as reinforcement of specialized units that are there, getting beefed up and so on. It's not to say there is no concern and so on. So in the PKTT issues are different from this in the sense that this one flows from the organizational structure studies to say we have this kind of a team. The intention was this and this and this, and that would have been determined by existence of newly established specialized units, which is not what applies in the Western Cape. And the concerns in the Western Cape are not structural, historically structural. It's just the way, it's just performance-based purely. So there are those differences.
Yes, thank you, Minister. I hope you have your statement close by.
Correct.
Yes, and I would like to refer you to page 60 of your statement. You touched on this, I think yesterday morning.
Yes.
And I would like to refer you to paragraph 180, and that's where you quote the report of General Masemola of the 22nd January 2025.
180.
180, paragraph 180 at page 60.
Oh, yes, I have it.
And I think you read part of that into
Yes.
the record.
Correct.
That quotation starts with General Masemola. I think it was in response to a parliamentary question.
No, it is taken from in the preliminary report.
Yes. Thank you for the correction. And the first sentence reads, the task team has undeniably achieved and far exceeded the purpose for which it was established. I'll stop there. Do you agree or you disagree with that statement?
I agree with the statement. And I'm cautious in doing so because of what the chair of the commission said yesterday in another context.
Okay.
Who said, you go and disestablish via your directive, but you didn't know at that time that on the 22nd you would receive a report that was like this. I accepted that, but I knew that internally I did have this thing that when I wrote the directive, yes, I didn't have this report. I conceded that. But I did say that I am from KZN. I am in the environment that PKTT is in and SAPS are in relation to KZN. I'm aware of certain things. One of that is that political killings have since gone down, particularly from 2023 in KZN. And it was in that part. So it is in that context that I'm saying I agree with that statement that by and large they have achieved. Violence in relation to political killings has gone down, PKTT or NPKTT has been a factor among other factors. As I would have indicated, but I agree with the statement.
Okay, thank you. Before I get to my next point, and it's because you've done this a few times, I think all the witnesses that have appeared before the commission as an abbreviation called the task team PKTT, I note in your statement, and you just corrected yourself once again, you add an N before the PKTT. And I think yesterday in engagement with the chair, you explained that it's a national political killings task team. Where does the N come from? Regardless of where it was established or by whose instruction, is there a document perhaps I can turn to where I will see it referred to as the NPKTT, or it's only in your lexicon?
There are documents, not a document.
Okay.
If you read page 61
Yes.
of the same report that we are in, that conclusion of the National Commissioner,
Yes.
paragraph 182, it says, what is evident from the disbandment report, or it's me who is writing NPKTT, no,
Yes.
Roman figure 5 up there in the conclusion, on the
Yes.
same page 61. National Commissioner says the current capacity of the National Task Team,
Yes.
this is the document that you are talking about. There are other various documents. There is a memorandum which was written a month after I took leave, I suppose, in August, written by Provincial Commissioner Mchunu. And before that, there's another document which had been written by Lieutenant General Khumalo. Both of them referred to this team as National Task Team.
Yes.
So it's actually, in essence, a national political killings task team. But you know, people get shortcuts and PKTT, but it's interchangeably used. But it's not me who introduced the N.
Okay. I don't know if you heard the evidence of General Mkhwanazi and I think General Masimula, I speak under correction, whether he specifically dealt with this point. And beyond that, I think it was General Dimpane, but that was in a different context. It was at the ad hoc. But General Mkhwanazi made the point that the PKTT was one of 11 task teams that are funded from the national budget. And he indicated there are other task teams, but these 11 are national. And that's how I at least understood them to draw the distinction between the 11 and all other task teams in the country. So it is not the only national task team. It's one of 11. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
So the addition of the N to that acronym is just simply to indicate that it's one of the 11, not that it doesn't speak to who established it and therefore who can disestablish it. The reference to it being national, it's not in that context.
Not necessarily, but in a way it is so, because the budget, it indicates that the budget comes, it confirms, in other words, that the budget comes from there, and leadership of the National Political Killings Task Team, like in other national task teams, come from national.
The leadership comes from national office. I don't understand. Please assist.
Well, of the NPKTT, the head of NPKTT is based at National Headquarters of Police.
But that's a recent appointment, I think 2 years ago, and he had been the head of PKTT all along, actually since its inception in 2018.
Yes, it confirms that what I'm saying, that the head of NPKTT has always come from, has always been a national figure or person.
Is that factually correct, Minister?
Factually, factually correct. When it was established, it was the Deputy National Commissioner who was the head of NPKTT. And after that, it was Deputy National Commissioner Detectives. And after that, when Khumalo got appointed, he was appointed from national, and he's national.
We'll flag that. We'll come back to that point. From the documents I have considered, my understanding is that is not a correct factual position that you are advancing. We shall come back to it, and I'll seek to have you persuade me that that is the case, and I shall attempt to do the same in return.
I will do the same.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For the moment, I would like you to turn your attention to I'm in file 2 of the exhibits. And I'm drawing your attention to CJC 5.6, exhibit CJC 5.6.
5.6.
Page 50, starts at page 50.
Thank you, I have it.
At page 50, it's a briefing to the President of South Africa, investigation and prosecution of political related cases. It's dated the 16th of March, 2024.
I've got that.
And you, Minister, assumed office on
July.
July 2024. So this was about 3 months before you took office.
Correct.
Now, if you look at page 51, it sets out a summary of what the PKTT has done over the years, what it has achieved. I think that has been sufficiently ventilated. We don't have to deal in the detail. You are
Correct.
familiar with the
Correct.
content of page 51, all
Correct.
those statistics.
Correct.
You are familiar with them.
Correct.
And most importantly, at page 52, is a map of KZN depicting the hotspots regions on politically related cases. And as you would know, what we have at page 52 was the situation as at 2018 when the PKTT started its work. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
And overleaf then at 53 is the situation in KZN regarding politically motivated cases, and one sees a marked improvement, whereas there were, maybe more than about 15 hotspots. By 2024, when a briefing is given to the President on the 16th of March, this is the state of KZN, where the majority of them are identified as stabilized regions.
Correct.
And one is highlighted as becoming stable.
Correct. Correct.
And if you go through that document, it deals with, it provides the graphs to demonstrate the progress that was being achieved year on year until the 2024, when they now were down to 2 against, let's say, 2018, where they had reached 58 in that year. Do you interpret the graph the same way I do?
58 cases.
In against 2018, if you look at just below the graph, there is a legend there. Blue indicates politically related cases. Red denotes murder other than politically related murder. So if we look against 2018, you see that, at least on this page, 2018, I think it had the crisis had reached its boiling point because 58 politically motivated murders were recorded. And the last entry there of 4 and 2, respectively, green and blue, denotes that by 2024, 4 had been registered. And I say this speaks to the previous slide that demonstrates progress achieved over the 7-year period. You don't take issue with that graph, do you?
No, no issue, except to say you seem to be reading those figures as matters, whereas there are cases in the top squares. Matters are only below.
I've understood this to be politically related cases. So cases of matters which are defined as politically related. Am I misreading the graph?
Well, I know that when they write cases, sometimes they distinguish, maybe here they don't distinguish between murder, is cases murder or attempted murder.
Oh, in that context?
In that context. So,
Minister, please make that point with reference to the graph for me to follow.
I thought that when in the squares below, when they say total cases 2011 to 2015, it's 11 cases. All of those cases were murder cases. And when you go to 2016, there were 49 cases, 32 of which were actually murders. And then it goes on like that. This is what I was checking whether we're one there. That's my interpretation.
Advocate Silo, I think where the minister was, your reference to 2018 figures, you had said 58 murders. And the minister's point was that his reading of that graph is that there were 58 politically related cases, but 14 murders.
Of which the 14 were murder?
Yes.
That's the interpretation it attaches.
So in other words, it was not 58 murders.
Okay. I will flag that because there are quite a number of documents here, and I'll come back to the issue to demonstrate, or at least to seek to demonstrate that my interpretation of it is correct. And I will, and if it is wrong, I will ready to concede. Thank you, Minister. The Minister pointed it out to me. I was suggesting that during the adjournment, I will relook at the documents that I have here to test that understanding. And if I am wrongly reading the graph, I will readily concede. But for the moment then, I ask us to turn to page 55. And page 55 is important because it puts in bullet point issues concerning motives for political killings. And bullet point 1 states, prior and after any local government elections, prior and after any local elections, murder reported were mainly as a result of fighting over councillorship positions where candidate councillors are eliminated. The second bullet point speaks to infighting within branches and municipalities over positions between newly appointed councillors and old councillors. The third bullet point highlights the problem with elimination of ward and PR councillor of a municipality with the aim of decreasing numbers to be able to win over the municipality. And it goes. And let's look at the fourth bullet point, conflict between local municipality officials and traditional leadership over land disputes and corruption. And as I said, the list goes. Now, going back to General Masemola's conclusion, as you quoted in your statement, that the task team has exceeded the purpose for which it was established, I interpret that to mean that the issues listed in this page 55 that give rise to high incidence of politically motivated murders are successfully managed and under control. Is that your understanding as well?
Correct.
And not that they have been eliminated.
Correct.
So, if the task team has been this successful, why disband it in circumstances where, if one of the main contributors are the elections, why disband it where almost every 3 years we are either having national elections or local elections? So elections play a significant role in what spikes up politically related killings in KZN. Would it be wise to disband completely or to retain a force to ensure no further flare-ups?
That question, Commissioners, take me directly to what the intention was, as opposed to a strong word, disband. It's integration, it's reconfiguration of PKTT, drafting the National Commissioner, just to make an example with an unrelated topic, when he was making submissions after, even from the 22nd, speaks about the National Political Killings Task Team being absorbed into serious and violent crimes. So if you look at it practically, the actual intention, all the time, it has been you transform, you absorb, because you have established a specialized task or you have established a specialized unit. Take what you have been doing in the PKTT, absorb it here. You are not throwing it away. You are not firing people. So that question is answered by practically what would happen. Practically what would happen is less of disbandment than actual absorption. That's the actual real issue that we were dealing with.
But would you accept, though, that even on that scenario, the focus on political killings would then be lost? The same focus that the Butterworth taxi killings has implemented to produce the magnificent results that we speak of. Once the focus is removed from that particular problem, then there is a risk of flare-up, or you would not accept that as necessarily?
Let's separate the issues. The flare-up may or may not be there, but looking at the trends, flare-up may be there. But if you have structured yourselves such that you are able to contain those flare-ups, because it's not given automatically that all murder and robbery units throughout the country where they've been established, except with Northern Cape, they are as weak as we found these units in the Eastern Cape. And there was a reason for that when we did more studies. But coming back to the topic, in KZN, you have serious and violent crimes, and under that, you have murder and robbery. And I haven't received a report that they are in the same weak state as just like those in the Eastern Cape. I have an example myself of, no, it's a wrong example. It's in the Eastern Cape once more. I don't have a report that suggests that murder and robbery and the killings team under murder and robbery is as weak as the taxi subunit in the Eastern Cape is. Because I don't have a report that says so, I assume that we have a fully fledged, maybe still to be developed to higher levels of strength in KZN, especially if you were to say, okay, we agree, we integrate what we have in PKTT and what we have in murder and robbery and its subunits. I don't think that we could be speaking about a loss, any loss. I don't think we should be speaking about anything that would cause alarm, even in the community out there. And therefore, that would be, that's my understanding, and that would be my response to you.
Minister.
Oh, yes, Commissioner.
Minister, on the back of that, when you made the decision to disband the PKTT, which you say you decided on the 29th finally, that you are going to disband the unit, what did you know at that point about the strength of the murder and robbery units, not just in KZN, because remember this is a national task team, as you tell us. So it may be based in KZN, but it's a national team. What did you know about the strength of the murder and robbery units across the country at that time?
I knew that, with the exception of Northern Cape, they had been established and that they were functional. We had not yet focused on what exactly in detail in Limpopo or in KZN or in Gauteng, but they were at different levels. What I know is that that was the only concern that was the only, I would say, issue that we need to beef up, we need to strengthen via a number of things, training, equipping. Myself, I was even talking about what we ended up doing in the structure itself, a new division, separate division from what's combined in Vispol, so that even those specialized units, you back them up, especially in the 4 provinces, because even by that time, December, I thought I had come to quite a satisfactory level of understanding the trends of violent crimes, especially in the 4 provinces. So I may not have known in detail, but I knew they exist in terms of reports that were presented.
Yes, you knew they existed. You disbanded on the basis that the work that the PKTT was doing can be done by murder and robbery units. That's the basis on which you disband.
Yes.
But you don't know anything about the strengths of those units in the country. So your decision to disband could possibly have the consequence that, in fact, the units that have been established can't do this work, because at that point, they don't have the capability yet. They haven't recruited the people. They don't have the right trained people. How is that a considered decision that ensures that investigations, prosecutions of political killings or political murders continue across the country after your decision on the 31st, from the 1st of January, actually?
Based on the reports, especially when we reviewed the structure with officials confirming that they exist, and it was actually written down, notwithstanding the fact that they were not necessarily individually examined, but based on those presentations and based on the absence which would have been made to say we do have, but it is weak or something, which was done in the case of Northern Cape to say it doesn't exist. And based on my visits as well to provinces, including, all provinces except for Free State and Northwest and Northern Cape, I would say I was fairly aware that they were there, and this was to be reinforced after
Yes.
by information that I got.
I don't have a difficulty with a part of your evidence where you say you were told they do exist. I'm talking about their effectiveness and capability. And maybe let me do it by way of example. By the time you disbanded, you made the decision on the 29th of December to disband the PKTT. Had you had a discussion or a report from, and I use KZN randomly, I could be using Free State, so you can substitute. Had you had a report from KZN about the capabilities of their murder and robbery unit, their strength, their capability, and a general ability to deal with political killings? And when I say KZN, I'm asking the same question about Limpopo, Gauteng, Mpumalanga. Had you received any of those reports about their ability from the provinces themselves?
Now, I would say initially, when we were doing the review of the structure, we did receive a report of their existence. Now, we're talking beyond that. Now, we went to provinces, including KZN, including Limpopo, including Gauteng. We did find out and saw people that they are in murder and robbery. We did receive those additional reports. But I do want to say it was not necessarily to say we're in KZN today to examine just one unit, that is support services, for instance, or VSPOL. It was not in that particular fashion, but we were satisfied with I was satisfied with the report of existence and what I had received, or we had received when we visited those particular provinces. But I do want to add, not necessarily with a view to wanting to exonerate myself from that scrutiny by saying that even despite the fact that we had not gone into detail about what was happening, you remember that we were arguing yesterday that the letter of disbandment still called for preliminary reports. And indeed, when that report came, it did say, even though it had not come when we reported, it came later on the 22nd, it says, the National Political Killings Task Team in KZN would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes in KZN, which was evidence that it is known to exist. It may be at that strength or at another strength.
Maybe let me conclude it because I'm trying to understand what your answer is to my question. I'm going to ask it differently.
Yes.
Is there a record in the SAPS or in the ministry which shows whether it's a minute or of a meeting or a report which shows that before you made the decision on the 29th of December, you were provided with information by the provinces about their readiness, which led to your decision that they are ready and able to take over, that murder and robbery in those provinces is ready and able to deal with the work that the political killings task team was doing. I'm asking that kind of simple question, that do we have verifiable evidence that you were provided with that information and you had that information when you made your decision that it is not necessary to have the PKTT because our murder and robbery units across the country are sufficiently capacitated at that stage to take over this important function?
There is the Marai report of March 2024. And over and above that, when we were reviewing the structure, we did get presentations. I may not be precise in terms of the level of detail on units, especially murder and robbery, in all provinces. But I know that there was confirmation, as I've said, of their existence, and no concern was raised at the time that they presented. There was a feeling that, or there were presentations that said, we do have...
Minister, I don't quarrel with their existence, and it's not my question. My question is not whether you satisfied yourself that they existed. It's not that. It's a completely different question. It is, you satisfied yourself because of information given to you that those units across the provinces are in a position to carry on the work that was being done by the PKTT. That's what I'm asking. But you've referred to the Marai report, so I'll leave it to Ms. Sillo to talk us through the Marai report and point us to where it says that. Thank you.
And also to when we're reviewing the structure.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioner. Minister, as you were engaging with Commissioner Baloyi, I went back to check on the graph. Remember the graph we had put up? And the correction you made. That is CJ6 at page 54. I just wanted to confirm to you that I have checked the further documents and your interpretation is correct. I consider I misinterpreted.
Thank you.
So that explanation you gave, I think, is more fully articulated at page 51 of that annexure, just to place it on record. And in particular then for precision, at bullet point 5, that effectively is the narrative on that.
Yes.
On that graph, and it supports your interpretation.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on the point you, Commissioner Baloyi just engaged you on, I don't know if you are aware that General Mutsepe appeared before the Commission and she has submitted a statement.
I am aware.
General Mutsepe, as I understand, is the component head of serious and violent crimes, of which murder and robbery is a part. Is my understanding correct?
It's correct.
At her paragraph 20 of her statement, she noted that although the murder and robbery structure was in place, the units were not properly capacitated. That's her testimony. In fact, the very engagement you just heard with Commissioner Baloyi had with General Mutsepe. And during her testimony, on the 17th of November 2025, Commissioner Baloyi asks of General Mutsipe, General, when General Sibia tells you about the organizational structure that is there and that the PKTT must now cease to operate and fall under murder and robbery, you conclude in that paragraph, that's reference to paragraph 20, by saying all that was required for the murder and robbery units to be properly capacitated, but the structure was already...
Ms. Sillo, does the minister have this?
No, I'm just reading.
Oh, all right,
just a little excerpt from the transcript.
All right.
The first reference I made was to paragraph 20 of General Mutsipe's statement, where she says the structure was there, but there was no capacity. And she confirms that here in the hearing through her engagement with Commissioner Baloyi. So, according to the component head responsible for murder and robbery, as at the time of disbandment, that, can I call it a unit? Murder and robbery, yes, unit, did not have the capacity. The structure was in place, but there was no capacity. Hearing what you do now, do you think that disbanding the PKTT in circumstances where political killings could flare up ahead of the 2026 local elections was a wise decision?
Commissioners, in the context that I'll come exactly to your question, but I just want to say first a preamble. In the context of what would practically happen when you disband or when you reconfigure PKTT, it would mean in practice integrating what is there currently. You would take what is there in PKTT, what is there or not there in murder and robbery, because going together with the establishment of specialized units was to ensure that subsets greater capacity that is sustainable. So there is nothing preventing me from saying, yes, General Mutsipe, component head, may have said that, but if in the process of integrating, you were not going to throw people and they become unemployed and all of that, you were going to integrate them. I have no doubt that this would result into the required capacity once integrated.
Minister, how do you arrive at that conclusion? Because you did not know how the integration would take place. So how can you say, if the unit is disbanded or if the team is disbanded, then I know that it would result in the murder and robbery unit being properly capacitated? How do you arrive at that conclusion?
I arrived at that conclusion because in the reports and in the assessments, including implementation assessments, latest 2024, that's exactly what they were saying. That when we fully establish serious and violent crimes, that's why they even wrote qualification levels of people who must be recruited or whatever in the murder and robbery. Everything was there. Payment, equipment, and all of those things. So reading that report, I know police knew what it would take to establish, and they had it written down and assessed twice. And I did say earlier, there was a letter, implementation letter in 2024, but which unfortunately National Commissioner did not sign for a year up until this year. He only signed in in 2025 saying it must be expedited. It means that the implementation letter that was signed by all other officials, all other officers, except for the National Commissioner in 2024, they were satisfied that the specialized units have reached a point where they could, in their criteria, be functional. That's why they signed them for implementation, not establishment. And then they forwarded that to the Office of the National Commissioner, who then for a year didn't sign. So that's how you would have established that, or I established that. Go ahead.
So the implementation contemplates that there would be recruitments, for example, of people who meet certain criteria, right? To be in the murder and robbery unit, you have to meet certain criteria. You don't have, there's no information before you when you make the decision on the 29th that everyone that's in the PKTT meets that criteria. You didn't have that information, right?
In the PKTT?
Yes. What I'm trying to clear is you say there would be integration, reintegration.
Oh, yes.
No one is going to lose their job. And the impression it creates, Minister, and I don't know if that's the impression you're seeking to create, the impression it creates is that after you made your decision and instructed, from the 1st of January, everyone who was in the PKTT will neatly be slotted into the murder and robbery unit so that skill and experience would not be lost. That's the impression that your evidence is giving. Is that what you intend when you say they would be integrated and nobody will lose their jobs? Is that the impression you're seeking to create?
That's correct.
But that cannot be correct for two reasons. You don't know the qualifications of the people who are in the PKTT, whether they meet the requirements, the implementation requirements, as at the 1st of January. You have absolutely no idea about that. So you can't say to us, you knew that the people in the PKTT would all be integrated into the murder and robbery. You couldn't say that because you know nothing about their qualifications.
But I know that there is a report signed by all officials up to Deputy National Commissioner in 2024, signed for implementation.
Okay.
I know that.
Okay.
And there's nothing that makes me doubt that all of these officials would have signed something that they were not satisfied is at the level that is required in terms of the prescripts of the work study before. But two, when National Commissioner signs in June 2025 now, so it's after my letter, he simply says it must be expedited. It doesn't say there must be any other thing. He says implementation must be expedited, which when I read that, I assumed that he knew what he was doing, meaning that what had been signed in 2024 would be something that exists, it would be based on something that exists to their satisfaction, up to Deputy National Commissioner.
So what we know is what the National Commissioner approves includes that expedite the recruitments, capacitating these units. That's part of it, right? We know that's what he's signing for. My point is, when you disband with immediate effect on the 1st of January, and please don't focus on immediate for now.
Okay.
It's a separate conversation altogether. When you say disband, you say people would be integrated into the murder and robbery unit. The simple point I'm making is, or that I'm seeking to establish with you, is that as at the date of your instruction, you don't know, Minister, sitting there at that time as you sign this letter and you send it off, you don't know whether your PKTT people will be integratable into the murder and robbery units in their different provinces. You don't know that.
No, I know it, Commissioner,
Okay.
because it was made abundantly clear during orientation
Okay.
what would need to happen.
Okay, we can leave it at that. That's your answer. Can I put to you that, well, General Sibiya seemed to have understood things differently because he gave an instruction that everybody must just go back to their old stations. Every one of PK, that's what he said. His instruction is so you seem to have had a different idea that people will be seamlessly integrated into the murder and robbery unit, but your divisional, your deputy National Commissioner for Detectives, I think that's what he is. His instruction is everyone who was in the PKTT, go home, go back to your stations. That's not to integrate them into the murder and robbery units in their provinces. So it seems you and General Sibiya had different ideas about this. And for me, that's part of the problem that naturally follows from a failure to speak to your managers about your intention and how you see it playing out. That here's my thinking about it. You just gave an instruction, you let them execute. Well, Sibiya does what he thinks is best. He calls for dockets, and then he says to people, go back to your stations. So their murder and robbery units in the provinces do not benefit from your decision on the basis of Sibiya's instruction.
Now, the understanding that is written down black and white, including after the effect, was that they would be re-recruited, if I could use that, into serious and violent crimes, including in documents on the 5th and 6th. So this is now from the National Commission, not from Sibiya. What Sibiya subsequently says could loosely be interpreted as to say, if you were from Limpopo and you are in PKTT, in KZN, you would go back to your province, but to murder and robbery.
Minister, no, we can't do that. Please don't do that. Sibiya's letter doesn't do that. It doesn't. It says, go back to your station. That's it. Please accept that's what it says. Let's not try and reconstruct it. He may come back. He will come and testify. Maybe he'll tell us what his intention was, but you cannot. You can't interpret it to suit your evidence now. It's just wrong to do that.
I understand, but my primary reliance is on the reports that we received, as I say, which indicate that members of PKTT would be absorbed into serious and violent crimes.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you.
Ms. Silo, I think I took you very far from the question you had.
No.
asked. I apologize.
It's still within theme. It's quite okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Perhaps then that just to close on this topic, you are aware we have been talking about the IMC. On our records, and we don't have to go there, we have 8 minutes of the IMC meetings, which is the totality of number of meetings the IMC had, with the first being on the 21st of May 2018 and the last on the 5th of September 2023. I assume that you know that fact.
Yes, correct.
And I assume you know what the IMC discussed at each of those 8 meetings. Is it a fair assumption to make?
Correct.
And therefore, you will remember that at the meeting of the 21st of May 2018, which is the first meeting after the President has established the IMC, that the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal led the discussion about the problem in KZN, and that a presentation was made to the newly formed IMC. He was duly assisted in that regard by Major General Chilitsa. Now, I don't intend to go too deep into this meeting, just to refresh your memory, because you said you are aware of the minutes and their content.
Yes.
No, they are not on record. They're not part of the bundle yet. But no, the only issue here, and the minister has assured me, if the minister hadn't seen them, then I would have stopped this question. But the minister has assured me that he's seen the minutes and he knows. And that presentation, it is stated to the IMC that a task team was established in 2011 to find the causes of political killings. You are aware?
Yes, I'm aware.
And I highlight that because I think earlier in your testimony you had said this IMC established the political task team. So that contention has got to be wrong. Because on its constitution, this IMC was told of an existing political killings task team that had been established since 2011.
What I know is that there was a task team that was established in 2011. There was another that was established in 2014. There was another that was established in 2016, if I'm not mistaken, which then, on the basis of which then the PKTT took over. I know that.
I'll accept that, except I'm going by the minutes that you are very familiar with of the IMC, and I just wanted to highlight that at its first sitting, after the president had constituted the IMC, during a presentation by the Premier and the General Chilitsa, is it? Yeah, I hope I'm not mispronouncing it. The IMC is informed of an existing political killings task team established in 2011. That's what they say in 2018. So the minute doesn't reflect any other.
I accept that.
Thank you. So then do you accept that any belief that the IMC, the 2018 IMC established the current PKTT is incorrect?
No, it is correct.
How?
It is correct because it is the IMC in 2018 that took the decision to establish a mechanism in line with the instruction of the President, a mechanism to contain the situation. And yes, that's my statement. It is correct.
And that's why I refer you to that minute, because if you read that minute together with the minute, and now you're forcing me to go and compile a pack of these minutes perhaps, with the minute of the 3rd of August 2018 of the same IMC, you understand that the political killings task team established in 2011 was what was operative at the time. And that is what the IMC was engaging with. It's only in August, when new engagements were had, that a debate about the effectiveness of this team, as was constituted, how effective that team was. And it was accepted it is not, it requires reconstitution, and that was from the SAPS perspective. And SAPS went and reconstituted its already existing 2011 team, together with a strategy, and presented to the IMC in September. And the IMC approved the strategy. In none of those minutes, I suggest to you, is there a claim that the IMC established any task team? You are not willing to accept that for the moment?
Not willing, because they were specifically asked or requested or instructed to establish a mechanism. But I can't deny that in the process of doing that, implementing that, they discovered that there had been various teams established before, as I indicate the years, but they were not as effective as the situation required them to do in 2018. And on the basis of the discussion, they then established, but it was no longer the same. And that one, that one that had been established in 2016 had been established, I think, by the Commissioner of Police at that particular time. So they assessed. I'm not denying that there was something that was there. All I'm saying is that by 2018, in whatever form it existed, it was no longer, or it was not seen to be containing or equal to the challenge that was there.
Yes.
Hence, then the establishment of a new outfit.
Okay, I'm staying with the same minute, the very first minute of IMC of the 21st of May 2018. And in that minute, decisions are reflected under the heading decisions. The meeting resolved that, 1, the task team coordinate its work and minimize working in isolation of each other, because that was one of the problems that was identified with the 2011 task team. And the task team should develop an investigation and prosecuting strategy that will mitigate all the risk factors associated with investigation and prosecution. So the task team is being instructed here and being given responsibilities, and in particular to go develop that strategy. And that minute reflects the task team receiving that instruction to be the existing 2011 task team, unless, well, that's a minute that informs me, so, Minister, I can only go by what the minute tells me. Will you? And you still maintain your position. I won't persist if you do.
Yes, I would maintain the position that there was a task team that was established in 2016, not just 2011.
Okay.
And if the minutes don't reflect that, like you, I would be willing to correct myself. But so far, I'm maintaining that there was a task team established in 2011, there was another, I think 2014 and then 2016.
And
but 2016 there was.
And what happened in 2018 when IMC was formed? Did they establish a fourth task team?
What they did was to merely inform those who were in that task team to say there is now a new instruction, a new initiative. We are now doing 1, 2, 3. And that's what happened. They were not like told you are now formally go home and so on.
Yes.
But they were told, look, there's now an instruction to establish a new setup. And it's going to be done like this and this. Those who were invited were invited. Those who were not invited were not invited.
At some point in your response, I thought we actually were closer than we started, because I understood you to mean that the 2016 task team is the one that was in place that then the IMC instructed to develop a new strategy. Did I understand you correctly? Or are you suggesting that the IMC established its own task team? That's where I think we're missing each other.
It established what I would say its own, but building from what they found there in 2016, maybe in more detail, in whatever form that they saw fit, and they did it. But there was recognition that there is something that was there, but it doesn't meet the expectations, okay, and doesn't have the capacity or is not positioned to deal with the new challenge.
I will then provide the full minutes, and then I'll leave it to the commissioners to test as to which is the correct interpretation of the minutes. Is it yours, as you have articulated, or mine, as I've placed on record? The commissioners will decide in the fullness of time. I want now to turn your attention to Exhibit File 2.2. So good.
What page?
In particular, I want us to start at CJC 55.8, starting at page 74. Page 74. Now, from page 74, Minister, presentations to the Interministerial Committee. Sorry, the first being on the 3rd of August 2018, as appears at page 74. They are quite extensive, and unfortunately, they are not individually marked. But if you go to page 120, once again, it's a briefing for 2018. 13 September 2018, my apologies.
Page 120.
120.
Yes.
And if you go to page 142, it's for the 28th of March 2019.
Yes.
And once again, at 161, it's for the 30th of July 2019.
Yes.
At 176, it's for 2nd of June 2021.
Yes.
And 196 is 2nd of February 2022.
Yes.
And the last one is page 211, 6 September 2023.
Yes.
They are very detailed briefing presentations with statistics and everything that I would suggest the IMC needs to be kept abreast of to enable the IMC to take appropriate decisions. Would you agree with me in that regard? We don't have to consider the content because if you haven't, I apologize, but I think you assured the commissioners that you are familiar with the content of all these briefing documents.
Yes.
I want instead then to refer you to, if you could just give me a second to find my place. The last minute, which was of the 6th of September, 2023. It's right here, yes, and that is Exhibit CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24 of the same file. Have you located it, Mr. Minister?
I'm trying to locate it.
CJC 55.5, and it starts at page 24.
Oh, that page 24. I have that.
And this is should be headed in your file as minutes of the JCPS Interministerial Committee. Political killings in KZN. It's dated the 5th of September 2023. And I don't have to go through the detail as well. It was the meeting discussed in detail the issues around the political killings in KZN. I want specifically, because of time, to ask you to turn to page 49 of that document. No, let's start at 48, please. And this, at this meeting of September 2023, which happened to be the last meeting before the 2024 elections, at 48, is a summary of various remarks by members of the IMC. And as at September 2023, insofar as the PKTT is concerned, if I want to draw your attention specifically to bullet point 3. At that time, the committee, as Minister Cele expressed, appreciated the importance of dedicated courts for political related cases. So as at September 2023, the thinking was to take it a notch further, actually dedicate courts for these kind of problems. The next bullet point, bullet point 4, records Deputy Minister Matale indicated that he agrees with recommendations of task team and the team should be enhanced. Do you see that?
I see that, correct.
I understand Deputy Minister Matale is also your current Deputy Minister.
Correct.
The next bullet point notes that Minister Cele indicated that the task team is involved in the investigation of Fort University, I take it's Fort Hare University, and 8 arrests were made. And if I then jump to bullet point, the second bullet point from the bottom, Minister Lamola commended the task team about their good work, and he indicated that the progress is indeed visible. Then it deals with other issues regarding Kwagogo. I think it was it's a prison, if I'm not sure, but we can skip that. But now I want to draw your attention to page 49. Under specifically resolutions, the last bullet point reflects as follows, or it notes the following. The task team cannot be dissolved. It must continue. That is the decision of the IMC in September 2023. You take office in July 2024. And in December 2024, you take the decision that it must be disestablished, technically dissolved. Please explain to the commissioners what objective or scientific information you had to support that decision in circumstances where a year earlier, your own colleagues, after 7 years of engagement with this process, had come to the point where they specifically take as a resolution that the task team cannot be dissolved and it must continue. What changed between September 23 and December 24?
Commissioners, I have indicated a number of those changes. One, in 2023, 2024, and then later on up to where we are, there was a marked decrease in political matters in KZN, starting from 2023, where you registered an estimate, I think we have the same figure here, of about 11 by 2023. And then going down to 7. And then I think in March this year, it was 1. There could have been another additional. So that's the first reason, starting from 2023, 2024. But the second one, I did indicate you are now in a position to implement that work study and processes that followed, and now reinforced by the review of the organogram, which is the exercise that we went into in 2024 and endorsed and even added new features to fight crime, murders. But we are now doing it with another perspective to say the problem in South Africa is murders. It's not, yes, you could categorize murders into political, but the general call and the general outcry in South Africa is murders. It doesn't categorize whether of old people or young people, whether kunaloko or something that is distinct in the national call is murders of women and children. But generally, the call in the 7th administration, when we come in, it says reduce murders in South Africa. It doesn't say reduce political killings. It says murders. So we have to listen to that. It says the murders are the face of crime in South Africa. In other words, you have crime, all categories of crime, but the face that attracts everybody in the world and makes everybody fear for their lives and is murders, the rate of murder in South Africa, which is reflected by figures year on year. And at some point, I think 2023, 24, reaching 27,000, if not 27,800, something like that. And in KZN alone, reaching at some point 6,000 per annum, but getting down to 5,000, the last figure that we have. So that is, the focus shifted, not to say exclusively, but inclusively, inclusive of the figure that PKTT doesn't deal with, and that is the murder of people, which happens to be a way higher than those that the PKTT is dealing with. Now, we couldn't not respond to that. We had to respond to that to say, so the call for SAPS ministry is to deal with murders in South Africa. Hence, the meeting that we called, I think on the 21st, in Efficacy in Pretoria, just to deal with murders, just to deal with firearms, especially illegal ones, and just to deal with drugs. And I may as well add that meeting was followed up in June, but in relation to drugs and firearms. So there is that shift of emphasis in the new administration, which doesn't necessarily look down upon the resolution, but it says integrate, it says recognize that there are these people that fall outside political killings, so that the national clamor, the national focus should now be on murders, all of them, especially in the 4 provinces, because figures were demanding that kind of attention. So I did indicate that, and even added that you could walk among people as Minister of Police, but when you are alone, you reach home, you know that what you should be dealing with is the outcry in the country of murders in the country, including murders in KZN, other than just those that are political. So I can go on and on, for which you needed a budget, and then where to want to scrap here and there, just to fulfill this mandate, to meet this demand. It is a huge demand.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair, if I may just encroach on the Commissioner's lunch hour for 2 minutes, so I can just close this topic. Thank you. You raised a number of points, Minister, and amongst them, and I think it's a point that you've consistently raised at various points, and you always make reference to the 7th administration. Why do you seek to draw that distinction?
It's because each and every...
In brief,
okay.
Yes.
Each and every administration would have what they would refer to as their top priorities or priorities.
Okay. So it follows the 6th administration, which was under the leadership of President Ramaphosa,
Yes.
as well as the 7th.
Correct.
Am I to then understand from your response that when President Ramaphosa called for a targeted response to political killings in KZN, he was either not aware of the high murder rate in South Africa in general, or he was wrong in his approach? Where do I land?
He was correct in his approach because there was a consistent flare-up of this category of murders. And in his view, and by and large, in the view of people in KZN, something needed to be done at that time about this category of murders or assassinations. So he was correct.
So,
But he was aware of murders generally in South Africa and in KZN, murders outside this. He was aware.
Now, he established this IMC for that purpose.
Yes.
Which is chaired by the Minister of Police.
Yes.
You come into office, you automatically become its chair. Did you call for the IMC to engage the IMC on what you consider the changed circumstances, and therefore to go back to the president and say, the steps we have taken, we are going to suggest be wound down? Did you take that approach?
No.
Why not?
We have said in the year, let me just call it the year, 2024, 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect. And therefore, we were, for instance, appointed as co-chair. I was appointed as co-chair of the JCPS instead. So there was no IMC to go to talk about that matter that you're referring to.
And lastly, what had disestablished, if I can use that term, the IMC?
Well, it simply was not...
Sorry, can I just conclude?
Okay.
Because in my understanding, when it was constituted, it identified not the incumbents of the various offices, but it was
Yes.
the Minister of Police, the Minister of Justice, and it listed the ministers.
Yes.
And I interpreted that to mean it shall be those ministers, meaning whoever occupies that office at that time becomes part. Now, you are suggesting that at some point that structure of ministers was disestablished. When was that and by what?
What I'm saying, no, first, my understanding is that if you look at the list of IMCs over years, others would simply not be there, would not reflect in the Gazette, not because there was a meeting that was called to say you are being disestablished. They will simply not be there, either by cabinet or by the president. Now, in 2024, as of February this year, there wasn't any political killings, IMC on political killings where all other IMCs for the same period are reflecting. And therefore, we would discuss issues of security in JCPS as we did on Valumkot and other matters.
Thank you, Minister. We'll use the lunch hour to try and understand and locate.
No, let's carry on. We had decided that we would take a 45-minute lunch.
Okay.
And we meant to adjourn at 1 until 1:45. Now let's go on to 1:15.
Till 1:15?
Yes.
Let's see how much time I have. 7 minutes? Okay.
You want to carry on this topic?
No, I was just saying I need to perhaps consider the minister references a gazette regarding IMCs. So just to try and locate that gazette, and as soon as we are wiser, we'll pick up that topic again.
And can I understand the last part, Minister, of what you said about the Gazette and other IMCs being there and others not being? Are you, what does it mean? Are you saying there's a Gazette that was published which has all the IMC, and in there we will not find this IMC? Is that what you're saying?
Precisely what I'm saying is that whether gazetted or not gazetted, the list that I have, that I've brought to the Commission, reflects a number of IMCs in line with what has happened in the other years. But in that list of February this year, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect.
Okay. What according to you should have happened for this IMC to have continued existence beyond 24? Are you saying the president was required to do a new act and reconstitute? Is that what you're saying? And let me tell you why I'm asking. It's because so far, my understanding has been that you, as the new minister, would have continued from where these left off and convened a meeting, because the IMC is not individuals, it is the office. So at any one time, it doesn't matter who's the minister in office. So now you're the new minister, you are the one that was supposed to convene it. Then it would come into life, have its own meeting, continue actually from where they left off in 23. That's how I've always understood the evidence before us. Are you saying that, in fact, it's the president's fault that you haven't done anything as an IMC because he's not reconstituted you?
I am not saying so. I am simply saying, if you take the list of IMCs as of February 2025, the IMC on political killings doesn't reflect where other IMCs reflect. That's my statement. I'm not blaming anyone.
Okay, the list that you're referring to that you say you have, is it of this year? Did you say it's February this year?
Yes.
Okay. There surely must be a list of last year of the IMCs as it last. There could not have been a vacuum.
23, 24.
Yes. And what does that say?
There are 2 years when it appears. I think it appears 22, 23, 23, 24. If not, yes, I think there are those two that appear. But 24, 25, it doesn't appear as of February this year.
So 20, you have 23, 24, 25, or you have 23. That list is for which period?
This one it would be 24, 25.
And there must be a 23, 24.
There must be.
That would have a list of the
There
IMC.
must be. I think in my bundle I did have a list of IMCs and years against them.
Okay, maybe then to come back, let me rather leave that and come back to the question that I wanted to ask. I understood your evidence yesterday about your philosophy. There shouldn't be any hierarchy, false hierarchy. You said there's a false hierarchy. Some matters seem to be treated more importantly than others. And murder is murder. That's what your language, and they should all come under murder and robbery units.
Correct.
That's correct, my understanding.
Correct.
That's your evidence. And when you were discussing the statistics over time yesterday rather, as you were talking through the statistics, I did ask you what is the purpose of that exercise, because I wanted to understand what importance are you attaching to the stats that show murder over time, over a number of years. Now, if your philosophy, and I'm prepared to accept, Minister, that as a new executive member, Minister of Police, you're entitled to bring to bear in the cabinet a completely different philosophy. So I do accept that if you differ with what your colleagues have done over time, in itself, there's nothing wrong with that. But I have two issues about it. The one is you hold a different view. Murder is murder. It must mean that you do not agree with the original idea that distinguished political matters from other matters. It must be. When the president decided, and you may not be the only one, maybe he was wrong, and let me say that, to make that distinction, but it must mean that you don't agree with the original idea because according to you, matter is matter. It's a fair proposition to make to you.
Not exactly. I'll state why.
Yes.
In 2018, there was a recognizable flare-up or pattern, let me call it pattern, of murders or assassinations of local government-based politicians in KZN, and it became a pattern, discernible, clearly. It led to an outcry that something needed to be done, and the president went down and he did that something. I agree with that. Now, fast forward, SAPS recognize that there is need to deal with certain categories of crime on a specialized basis, on a focused, sustainable basis. But it, at the same time, needs to be integrated instead of loose teams, each on their own, uncoordinated. Then they establish what they call serious and violent crimes, under which they establish murder and robbery, under which they then establish a number of these, but coordinated under one component and under one section. One of them is political killings. So it's not a matter to say, while it is true what the commissioner is saying, that I strongly believe that murder should be treated as murder, and murder is murder. There shouldn't be murders of elite treated this way, murders of what you could call normal or ordinary people. Let's treat murder as murder in terms of investigations and other matters. But that doesn't mean that police should not establish and develop expertise on something that they know. That's why you have various sub-teams, but organized in larger or bigger, I would say, units, in the form of sections, in the form of components, and so on. It's done that way. So cater for them, but in a different setup that you can sustain even in your organogram.
Okay.
That's the difference.
Two things from that, from
Yes.
what you're saying now. You have no difficulty or philosophical problem with having a unit that looks at political killings, as long as, according to you, that unit is not a standalone, it falls under murder and robbery. So it's where it is housed that you have an issue with. Not that there's a team whose only focus is political killings.
Not at all, because if you integrate them in that particular way, you budget for them properly each and every year, because
No, don't go there.
Yes,
No,
okay.
don't go to the.
Yes, I don't
administra-
have.
You don't have a difficulty. Your
Yes.
difficulty in this case is the PKTT doesn't fall within the murder and robbery unit. Rather, the team that is focusing on political killings
Correct.
doesn't fall within murder and robbery.
it's a silo.
Yes, that's your difficulty.
Correct.
With it.
Correct.
That being the case, I'm told it's got a past. Can I ask my question? You don't have to answer it, and then we can take it back we can take it up when you come back. My question is, that being the case, why could you not discuss that with the National Commissioner instead of making the decision the way you did? Why didn't you have a conversation with the National Commissioner that I want political killings to now be conducted under murder and robbery, make the necessary changes? Why couldn't that be done? You can answer when we come back. The chair is shutting me down. It's shutting both of us down.
Okay.
Let us adjourn and resume at 2 p.m.
Thank you, Chair.